And then there were 16, all still in with a chance at being crowned the very best there is at FIFA. Only 4 more wins separate the future champion from the title this year in Riyadh. No more second chances because welcome to the knockouts on day 3 here at the FIFAe World Cup. This is when it starts to get lively, boys. If it hasn't already been lively, it starts right now. Knockout FIFA is pretty exciting. No more second chances. A mistake and you're probably going to be exiting the competition. Well, welcome then to our studio here as well. You probably know by now who I'm going to introduce to you. August Rosemeyer, world champion himself back in 2014. We've got Richard Buckley and Mike Labelle on the sofa as well. Guys, yesterday was quite dramatic for a lot of reasons. We had some big names exiting the competition, but let's talk about the positives as well though. Let's just chat about the fact that Anders, tick, we got him safely through, but I was surprised that he did actually get 1 loss. Aggie, were you surprised at that towards the end of the day yesterday?
I'm not surprised. I mean, he was in the group of death, and no matter how good a FIFA player you are, when you play against the best players in the world, there will be a slightly chance of you not going through undefeated. I'd say he was quite convincing, and if he needed a result in that game, I would back him to win it.
Manny Bashir though, boys, how much can he take confidence from that as well, not conceding to Anders in the last match, especially as it was such a long day as well. That victory 3-0, Mike, I know you cast that one.
It's hard to read into because it was impressive, but at the end of the day, it didn't mean much for either competitor. Going into that game, Manny Bashir knew he already had achieved and understood he was going through, so he didn't have that same type of pressure on him going up against Anders. Anders was first place in the group regardless of the result. I'm not trying to discredit or take away from anyone, but that's just the reality of the situation and the scenario. I would have loved to see that game now. We're talking brackets or elimination games, whole different story.
Rich, if I'm Manu though, I still go, oh yeah, a head-to-head win on the records against Anders.
Yes, you do. However, I do think if they do match up at some point throughout this, we all fancy Anders as a favourite in that particular game. I think more for Anders, I saw a little clip of him afterwards with the RB Leipzig Twitch stream that's taking place here. He was really angry he lost. Like, he wanted to go unbeaten, he wanted to be flawless throughout the groups. So maybe a little bit more motivation today to continue that run, to keep on winning. And he's just such a scary customer.
Yeah, exactly. I wanted to actually just talk about one more player who actually only got 1 defeat throughout the 2 days as well, and that was the lowest ranked player in Europe, left in the competition, 126th in the ranking, and that was, of course, Stingray. Not actually surprised, though, with that result. How about you three? As we look then, 21 points. That matched actually Anders in Group D.
Yeah, I mean, it's very impressive from him. We saw him last year just building on day 2, but he's been almost complete in that Group A there, and he's coming in with a lot of confidence. I think he want to just go that extra step this time, and I genuinely think he has the skills to go that far.
I agree, and I think it is down to confidence with a player like Stingray. Remember, guys at home, you're looking at these tables, it's the top 4. Obviously, they're in that slightly lighter yellow, but we do obviously say goodbye to 2 in each of the groups. That goes to Darkly, unfortunately, and Lex. And then in Group B, we lost Yuval and Mike J. Abu Maka, though, the home fans absolutely love the fact that he topped the table there, and Tex in second. Well, Group C and D then look like this. We teased you a little bit. Johnny, 23 points. Again, an excellent day. He, remember, was a top goal scorer from day 1, 15 goals there, and he can kind of continue that run of form as well, didn't he, yesterday, Mike?
Johnny can cause some problems. If he's able to carry on the same type of form that we saw, you look at the goal difference, he's just scoring for fun. 23 points, and he kind of took Group C by storm. We didn't maybe build him up or talk about him enough going into that. You see Oberon, of course. You see the likes of Palinetto or Stokes. These are the big names, the household names. And Palinetto and Stokes, neither of them ever found form. They didn't come together. I was really disappointed with Palinetto in particular because he's had such a good year, and I've never seen him get grouped. I've never seen him struggle to this degree.
A man that no one expected to be grouped in Group D. I mean, you look at that. 21 points from that group for Anders is truly, truly remarkable. It has to be said. And the other 3 players going through with him, all arguably in their own right, favourites to go far.
Yeah, Vergang, we already mentioned him, didn't we? The 21 points there. And then some big names, like Rich said, Yilmaz Peterson, Manu Bashir. Damien, though, really disappointed for him. He did actually get the win over the guy ahead of him, and that was a runner-up from last year. That was the biggest shock of day 2. Nicholas going out. Over the course of the 2 days, he only got 1 win as well, and that was over Damien. Then he got 5 draws and 4 defeats, and this was the last one as well. Mike, do you want to take us through this one where Yilmaz just overhauled him? 3 goals he scored past him.
It wasn't really close. If you want to review, rewatch, look at the gameplay, beautiful finish, first time there from Henry. Henry with the left foot, and you see what it means to Nicholas, and we talked about that group. Someone has to go home, if not multiple guys that we expected to be able to make a run. He's still one of the greatest FIFA players of all time. He should hold his head high, and we'll have a reset going in next season. He's not that far away. A couple months removed. He gets a little bit of a vacation here, and then he can revitalize. And I saw him today playing some ping pong or some table tennis, and he seemed to be in good spirits.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? He kind of obviously is that really mature player, and he tweeted this, though, last night. Eliminated in the group stage of the World Cup for the first time. Disappointed with the result, but it is what I deserve. I didn't play well, thanks to everyone who always supports. I have known that I deserve that trophy since I was 17 years old, and I will not stop until I have it. I mean, Aggie, really strong words there, and I think we would all believe the same as what Nicholas said. You know, he is the kind of player that does deserve to win a World Cup. It just hasn't quite gone right from yet. So close last year. Maybe his best opportunity. But do you read into that he's still not lost hope that he can achieve it one year?
Yeah, I think he still believes in it. And I'll say, personally, I think he has nothing to prove to no one. I mean, he's one of the GOATs. And I like that he backs himself to still get that and love that mentality. It's really tough because he had those moments where you thought, this is his time, this is where he's going to win it. And now there's just coming this new wave, and he's getting older. And I'm not saying that the older you get, the chances get smaller, because we have seen older players go far as well. But it's really hard, because even if you are the best, you're not necessarily winning this. You need to have everything on your side, the margins, the rebounds, everything. And I feel like he has been in so many of these positions where he could win the title, but just missed out. So it's a really tough one.
Yeah, you need to play obviously at your best level here. And he even said, you know, he didn't deserve it yesterday. So Nicholas is out of the competition, but we are ready for knockout FIFA here at the FIFAe World Cup. And they changed slightly in terms of rules, don't they, Mike LaBelle?
For anyone who's been involved in the competitive year or the competitive ecosystem, 2 games, aggregate scoreline, home and away. If we need extra time and penalties, you're going to see them. We have to have a winner, and then you see the 5-game substitutions. It's not a massive shift. The big difference is that you now have those 2 legs to work with, as opposed to playing everyone twice, but then being single affairs or single fixtures that we saw throughout the group stage.
Yeah, absolutely. So a few more rules there for you to get your head around at home and for the players as well. Well, the players are getting ready, and Sven is down there with one of the players, Sven, who I believe will be quite confident heading into the round of 16.
Well, yes, you certainly hope so after his group stage. Very impressive. Stingray won his group, 21 points. How are you feeling going into knockouts?
I mean, I feel good. I've not been able to practice today. There's been some slight issues, but if I go by what I did yesterday, I mean, I know it's going to happen.
What do you think about your opponent, K1 John? He's a free agent. He's hungry to prove himself. He's got out of a difficult group in 4th place, so you're obviously the higher seed. He got just 14 points in his group compared to your 21. Obviously, I'm assuming you say that makes you the favourite.
I mean, yeah, it wouldn't make me the favourite, but I'll be honest, I'm baffled how he's a free agent. You know, I think 2nd in NA he finished in the regional ranking. He's a crazy player. I've watched him. I've practiced next to him in a little room we had, and yeah, he's unbelievable.
Sure to be a good game. You're one of only 2 Englishmen left in the competition. This time last year we saw you exit at this stage. Is that playing on your mind at all?
I mean, if you let it play on your mind, you've not got a good mentality for success. I'm just putting it behind me and focusing on the game right now.
Okay, best of luck to you, Stingray. Big game. I mean, they're all big games, but coming up against K1 John soon. Another man that won his group is this man next to me right here. Thankfully, he's sitting down because he's an absolute giant of a man. Johnny, you must be very happy with your group stage. Actually got more points than anyone else here. 23 points and top goal scorers we saw with 29 goals. It couldn't have gone any better, could it?
Yes, of course, but it's the group stage. Today is in the knockouts. Yes, I'm very fine. I played very good yesterday, but today is knockouts. We look from game to game against Montaxa. He's a very good player, yes.
Yeah, nearly double the amount of points that Montaxa got is what you got. You got 23, he got 12. He just squeezed through in fourth. Again, making you the favourite going into this one. How is it going to affect you going to 2 legs instead of 1 game?
Yeah, I think 1 game or 2 games is okay, but I think the knockouts is even better than the group stage. But we look against Montaxa what it is, and yes.
Okay, best of luck to you, my friend. For me, player of the group stage so far is Johnny. I think he's been unbelievable. Maybe flew under the radar a little bit considering some of the big names in other groups, but right now he's got to be one of the big names you're looking at to win this whole thing.
Yeah, I think so. And of course, somebody finished underneath him, and that player actually qualified for all 3 World Cups and has got to the knockouts in all 3 as well. And that is this man.
For the club, I was so disappointed because I think that we deserve more. The team that beat us, the Atlantid, was so good, so we deserve it. But with Italy, it's a nut broke because I hope that was our tournament. But first leg 0-0, we deserve more against Netherlands. They scored 1-2 goals in like 1 minute, and they beat us. I prefer play 1v1 because I know my skills, but I think that it's a tough group. Every match is like a final. My goal is to pass the group, and then we see, because every time group is a tournament and the knockout is another tournament. So I never say that I am the best, I can beat everyone, because you know FIFA, you know that you have to be a lot of mental skill. And when you play match like that you feel the pressure, that is the moment that there is difference between good players and best player.
Well, Oberon has just been consistent, hasn't he, over the last couple of weeks? I mentioned there, he's made it through to the knockouts in all 3 World Cup. And remember, only one of 6 players to make it to all 3 World Cups as well, which is testament in itself to just how good this Italian player is. And again, we know he loves knockout FIFA, Aggie.
He's made of something special, Oberon is. Top player, and I'll say already, if you ask me, arguably the greatest player in Italy FIFA esports history. I mean, he's done so much, and it just goes to show that consistency all the time. And last year it was top 4, and it was a close game between him and Nicholas. It could have gone either way, so I think you should definitely not call him out.
Now let me build on that, if you would allow. We've seen him in ECL, we've seen him in the E-Nations back-to-back years, we've seen him in the E-World Cup, we've seen him in the E-Serie A. This is all done over the course of 2.5 years, really, that he's been at his best. And it's been pretty spectacular to make a career path. And I'd agree with August. I was thinking as you were going there, we've had the likes of Danuso, we've talked about Principe, and I don't think that they have more success. I don't think they've had better results, even though they've had longer periods of careers in the competitive FIFA scene. So Oberon's done that much in 2 seasons and some change.
Also done it in both 2v2 and 1v1. Obviously got to the 1v1 semi-finals last year, got to semi-finals of the E-Nations this year with Italy, and he said he prefers 1v1 as well.
I think he's a better 1v1 player than he is 2v2.
Well, he prefers it. He just said that, didn't he?
Just for the simple fact as well that he knows he's in complete control with that Italy team. It was quite interchangeable. They took him a little while to get to the duo that they wanted with Danny Pitbull and Oberon. Catcher sort of played as that third. So I really do think Oberon, he's also got a bit of a fear factor amongst other players as well. Other players don't really want to play him at any point. You heard Tex in that piece we spoke to yesterday. He was like, Oberon's in that list of Emre, Anders, then it's pretty much Oberon. I think he'll have a good tournament, I really do.
Why does he go under the radar a little bit more then than the people like Emre and kind of Manu and PH Zin?
He's not as outspoken, he's not as loud on social media, he's not as loud in interviews, and also organization-wise. When you talk about some of these guys, if you join the Team Holet Academy, I feel like you start getting talked about, and there's a lot of whispers.
He's not one outside of Italy. That's the big thing. If he comes and wins this right now, everyone's talking Oberon. He's picked up an E-Serie A title, but for that big trophy that puts him on the worldwide map, on the global FIFA map, you need to win a huge tournament, whether it's an ECL, whether it's a TOTS Cup or a Masters, etc.
Aggie, do you sometimes think as well different players should move to different organisations? Do you think if he moved one day from Exceed, I'm not saying Exceed is a bad organisation, but you know, Rich was just saying there, he moved to kind of like the Team Hullet, Ninjas in Pyjamas kind of camp, maybe he'd get a little bit more recognition.
I think that's the case right now, but also like the fact that he's building on to something in Italy and doing something nationally. Because Italy is one of the greatest FIFA countries now, and it's still progressing in terms of getting bigger FIFA-wise. So, I mean, with the likes of him and Principe, as we saw, I forgot him before, so sorry to Principe. he's still, he won global competition, so just a quick apologies there. But Oberon, I mean, sometimes it can be good to stay and be a part of building nation-wise with Italy. So yeah, you get a more recognition if you go to Team Hullet for now, but you can also become a legend nationally and build something up. I
was going to say that if he stays and achieves maybe a kind of runner-up position or a world champion position here, Team Exceed becomes the next Team Hullet possibly.
I also think when you look at that Team Exceed team, Hollywood behind him, he looks very at home, he looks comfortable. Me personally, I don't see him, unless Exceed come out of the space, I don't see him moving anywhere anytime soon. He is that guy, he is the captain, the leader of that team. And I also think in Italy right now as well, he is that player leading Italy forward. The reason that Italy have got so much recognition is the likes of him, Danny Pitbull, Montaxa that we're going to see later on today, competing at a top level year-round globally.
Don't change it. If it isn't broken, it's definitely not broken yet for Oberon. Well, let's look at the draw then. As it stands, round of 16 here. We've teased it a little bit then, haven't we? So, Tuga takes on RVP Legend. RVP Legend third in Europe, the man from Romania. Then we've got Abumaka, the local player, taking on Manu Bashir. I mean, that was a pretty tough draw, wasn't it? You win your group and you get Manu Bashir. Ouch. Oberon, we've been talking about him a lot, goes up against Berke Lion, and then Vergang goes up against D. Fernandez. Let's have a look at the other side then. All these are for a spot, remember, in the quarterfinals. So Yilmaz takes on Mark 11 there, and that's a rematch, isn't it, of the round of 16 at the E-Nations. It was Australia taking on the Netherlands instead of those two individual players. Then we've got Johnny and Montaxa. Tex PH Zin, that's going to be a classic there. And then the winner of that will take on Stingray, taking on K1 John from Egypt. Big matchups, every way you look.
I got a question for August. So I was talking to Anders earlier today, so we always issue these questions your direction. He asked me, he said, Mike, if I played D. Fernandez 50 times, how many times do you think that I would win? And I was like, is it over the course of 2 legs? And he said, yes, over the course of 2 legs, same format that we're going to see here. And I'm going to issue that question to you without giving my answer. I just want to see if we agree.
It's a tough one. I don't think he'd win. Did you say 50?
He said, that was his quick question. He said,
if
we played 50 times.
I can see a fence.
I may not know your answer, but I definitely know Anders' answer. He would say 50 out of 50, right?
Actually, he was surprised. I said, I think you'd win at least 40, 45 of those times. He's like, no way. I'm going to get grouped. I'm going to lose this game. I'm going to go out early. You know how Anders is. He downplays everything. But it was an interesting question, so I thought I'd throw it your way as we have a moment here.
I think that was I would expect the same, 40, 45. He is the huge favorite coming up to this matchup, and rightfully so. But, I mean, we can't sleep on D. Fernandez either. He had a very good late run in his group, and maybe he comes with a more unknown style that Anders haven't faced before, which could shock him. That's going to be interesting as well.
Yeah, and you got to remember, Anders hasn't been completely kind of unbeaten. Obviously, we said he lost in his last round of fixtures there, and then he had that draw as well, didn't he, to Damshi, to Damien, who is probably, like you were saying there, Aggie, with D. Fernandez, maybe he doesn't know his play style as much, he doesn't play him as much in tournaments because he doesn't get to the tournaments that Anders plays in.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make a point here, Richard.
I think if you have everyone in this arena, all the fans, us on the couch, anyone, if Anders doesn't win that, it's the shock of the round. Like, it just is. I think when we just looked at the bracket there, the game that is really, really tightly contested. For me, I think out of the 4 that we're going to be watching, firstly, Tuga versus RVP is a real tough match for both players because it's almost fire versus ice. The opposing styles is going to be a real fascinating watch.
And I think the one you have to circle on the calendar is Tex versus PH Zin. That's a matchup if you're going for first-round games. You've got 2 world champions in an opening matchup, and PH Zin, of course, building off the 2v2, E-Nations back-to-back. Is there a player in better momentum? Gets out of the group of death. Tex looked phenomenal, finally getting himself out of group stage, and looked good doing it as well.
All the matches are going to be great in the round of 16, and Spen a little bit earlier spoke to Stingray, and now he's speaking to his opponent.
I am indeed. It's his first World Cup and he's made it out of the groups. Of course, it's K1 John. How excited are you to take on knockout football at the FIFAe World Cup?
Of course, I'm so excited, especially when it's my first World Cup. You know, at this point, everyone is good. Top 16, they are all will be the best players in the world. So at this point, everything will be equal. You know, my opponent is really good. But we'll see what will happen because at this point, of course, you have to be focused and calm because you can't win when you are not confident. At this point, you have to be full concentrated and focus on what you're doing.
So you finished 4th in your group, which meant you go up against the group winner in Stingray. He said some really nice things about you when we interviewed him earlier. He said he can't believe you're a free agent and he knows you're a good player. What have you got in store for him? Have you got a plan to beat Stingray?
Not really, but of course he's a big player and I respect him so much, but let's see what will happen because no one knows. You know?
Okay, best of luck in your game. The games are getting started now, so we're going to go over to our casters to talk us through the action, Alex and Brandon.
Thank you, Spencer. Yes, knockout stages have arrived here at the FIFAe World Cup. A slightly later start than planned, but all is good for these 16 players that are looking to not just double their prize pool, but also to get one step closer to that all-important trophy today. Round of 16 and quarterfinals are coming your way. And here's the first one from this side of the bracket. Oberon against Berkay Line, 2 European talents. Oberon made a top 4 finish last year in the World Cup. Berkay Line, the new German name that's come out of that packed scene in Germany. Hard to call which way this one's going to go, Alex.
Very difficult game for both of these players. I think it's a opposite matchup in play style. Berkay Line can be so aggressive in that attack.
Speaking Berkay, should have maybe took the lead there from that chance, Alex, as you were right to say. We'll pick back up on that point in a second as this chance does come in and in the end comes to nothing.
Yeah, Berkay Line's such an aggressive player. He's so free-flowing, looking to go forward in pretty much every opportunity that he has. Oberon, we know the ability and the skill that he has in that area, but at times can be a little bit more patient in that build-up. So contrasting play styles. We'll have to see how Oberon, that top 4 finisher this time last year, whether he can repeat and make his way further into the knockouts. And Berkay Lion, first time here at this event. He's already been so close to trophyware this season, silverware in the VBL, but just fell short in that.
Yeah, finished second in the virtual Bundesliga. After this attack does play out, let's jump across to another game that's currently on the way in this round. All round of 16 matches, 4 playing now, then there'll be 4 more a little bit later. Let's go over to K1 John, who just spoke to Spencer. I mean, he can't ask for a better tournament than he's having, Alex. A free agent, he's in the top 16 in his first ever E-World Cup. The first Egyptian player as well to make it to an E-World Cup Grand Final.
And I think he's a player that many people maybe didn't expect to be here at the World Cup and at this stage. And he has just proven every doubter wrong so far, matching up against Stingray here, though.
Looking to take the lead, it's off the woodwork. Very nearly. A perfect start against the best defender that's left in the competition, Stingray. I think he's conceded 9 goals throughout the group stages. He did fail at this stage last year when he played against Tuga in the round of 16, but it just feels like there's something different in the air this time with Stingray.
Something different in the air, definitely, for Stingray. A much more mature performance across the board in those group stage games. He was consistent on day 1 and day 2, and that's going to give him so much confidence going into this matchup in the knockouts against K1 John.
Speaking of K1 John, quite an interesting story, isn't he? Originally from Egypt, moved over to North America to study, hence why he qualified through those North American rankings. He's a top 2 player in that region. came into this one with not much expectation. And I'll tell you what a tournament he has had regardless, whether he goes through or not. 20 minutes played here. I hear we've had a goal in another game. Berkeleyen against Obron. Which way has the goal gone? Has it gone the way of the German? It has. Again, it's a massive break of play. He had a chance, minutes before that, Alex, where he just was able to break the back line. He's been able to do it again, and he leads by a goal to 0.
Yeah, Oberon made the decision there to bring that goalkeeper out, and he was just caught in no man's land because he couldn't really make a diving save. He couldn't really get his feet down either to do anything, to just put something to stop that ball from just trickling past the goalkeeper. Berkeleyen, though, breaking in behind that defensive line, looking and knocking on the door again.
Looking for a second is the player of FC St. Pauli. Sorry, the ball bounced around the box. Why has he been so impressive? Is there just a level of there's no expectation? It's his first World Cup. Look at the German names that aren't here. The defending world champion isn't here. The days of Mo Alba and Megabit, we haven't seen those guys for quite some time. No Dolomite, no Levi Finn. We're looking at Johnny and we're looking at Berkeleyen as those two German players, which, don't get me wrong, are superb. Is it a new wave of talent coming through?
A new wave of talent coming through, definitely. But also, when we talk about the competitive season and the structure that we have, these German players, their virtual Bundesliga season, they are the last tournament that plays in terms of the domestic league. So they just have that ability to have their practice there, get through that tournament and take whatever form they have into the play-ins, into the playoffs, and then into the World Cup as well. That, for the German players, can be just an added bit of benefit when you're playing competitive FIFA week in and week out.
Speaking of FC St. Pauli's man, Berkeleyen leads by 2 goals to 0. And for a top 4 finish, it's looking slightly worrying for Obron. There was hesitant goalkeeper movement there. Or was it just bad goalkeeper? The goalie's pulled back behind the line. Obron had an idea, but he's not been able to pull it off there, Alex.
It's something we do see every now and then when that goalkeeper movement, instead of moving them directly across the face of goal, you just move them back to the line. And the reason for that is you're trying to catch the opponent out. They see that little bit of goalkeeper movement and maybe look for the near post. Berkeleyen, though, he didn't hesitate on it. He backed that finish across the face of goal. And we're seeing exactly why this player goes forward with intention in every single attack and puts pressure on that opponent. And right now, Oberon doesn't seem to have an answer to the way that Berke looks to play.
Well, there was another round of 16 game that kicked off, and it was between Montaxa and Johnny. It's only sort of 10-15 minutes into the game when we first heard about it. Now it's a little bit later into the tie. There's been a goal, no surprise. It's gone the way of probably the tallest FIFA player I've ever seen. 29 goals he scored in the group stages. He is continuing that form, and a lot of players have been speaking behind the scenes saying, watch out for this man.
And for Johnny, that interview with Spencer saying about day 1, day 2 group stage, it's completely different. Let's get to knockout FIFA and hopefully look to continue that form. Well, he started on that exceptionally well.
Back to K1 John against Stingray. It's the Egyptian FIFA player looking to elastico his way in around the box. Still in possession. He's made it hard work so far for Stingray, who had, you know, you can argue not the best online year FGS playoff. FGS qualifier, sorry, it wasn't his best running, but I just think his energy was in the French league. Don't get me wrong, he did play in those FGSs, but when you've got a French league that's so many weeks, it does take so long. You're teaming up with Fuma, that's your best chance to get into the playoffs. And for Stingray, it was.
It was, and it paid off for him. And I think as well, when we look back at this time last year, made it through to the knockouts, and it was Tuga that knocked out that player.
Here's Montaxa looking for an equaliser. Thank you very much, says the FIFA Pro of Genoa, who left it late yesterday in Group A, just about pulling himself through with 12 points, pulling himself back into the tie. And for a player that doesn't concede that many goals, Alex, Montaxa starting to look a lot better. It wasn't the only goal that has gone in. Berkeleyen Obron, there was a goal over in that matchup. And last time we checked, it was Berkeleyen that was leading 2 goals to 0. What is the latest in that game? It's not getting worse for the Italian, is it? Well, I think it is. Berkeleyen is leading 3 goals to 0. Obron is in a very dangerous position right now, Alex. I know it's the first leg still. I know we're playing 2 legs in knockout FIFA. But if that gets any worse, it turns into 4 or 5, you can say, job done.
Oberon's going to find himself in a sticky situation in that game up against Berkay Lyon, because you can't concede anymore in the remaining 45 minutes, but you ideally need that goal. It's when do you put that pressure, when do you send more men forward against a player that just is so free-flowing, and we see Montaxa there, the other Italian, in that 1-1 draw. Going back to Stingray, it's a more mature performance this year because he can go back to this time last year. He played against Tuga in that round of 16 and got knocked out. This is an opportunity for Stingray to really cement himself as one of the top FIFA players in England on what has already been a fantastic 24 months.
The chance is alive! For K1 John, it might be the commentator's curse. Once again, the hits us in the commentary box here. K1 John leads by a goal to nil. The player that squeezed in 4th spot from that Group C. I mean, it was a Group C that was done pretty early, to be brutally honest. The gap between 4th and 5th was quite heavy. But what a start for him against one of the best defenders, or sorry, the best defender left in the competition. Stingray Jr. is 1 goal down. But back to your point, mature performance. He can still pull himself back in this tie. He's been here before.
Of course he can, and he's scored so many goals throughout this tournament. Not only been good defensively, he's also been brilliant in that attack. As Stingray is a player that has so many tools in that arsenal. We mention it time and time again. Yes, mechanically, unbelievable. But he also can find goals from pretty much anywhere, whether that's going to be a German cross, the first time over the tops. His through balls are some of the most precise passes you will see here in the FIFAe World Cup. Plenty of time for Stingray, and it's nice to see him not looking too fazed by that.
You'll be happy to hear as well, our last round of 16 game in our first sitting of RVP legend Tuga has just kicked off as well. Keep in mind there's 4 round of 16 games now, and then there'll be 4 more following this one. Some of those games do include Tex in action, Anders Vergang is in action as well. Stay tuned to find out how 16 becomes 8 here on the biggest FIFA stage of all. FIFAe World Cup Grand Final. RVP legend Tuga. I mean, what can we expect from this game, Alex? Because it's the first time Tuga now moves back to 2-legged FIFA.
And this is where Tuga comes to life. 2 legs of FIFA. He can just grind you out in these results, whether that's him being disciplined in defence, whether that's him having the ball and making you chase shadows. If Tuga gets a 1 or 2-0 lead, he is probably one of the most frustrating players for you to try and come back against. On the other hand, RVP legend, the last month or 2 in his rankings, he just came into a world of his own, looking 3rd in Europe. And that kind of match throughout the group stages, yes, only finished 3rd, but that group was so tightly split between 1st, 2nd and 3rd. It could have gone either way. RVP will look to be on that front foot.
Yeah, you could argue it was quite surprising, Alex, that he finished 3rd in the group after, what, a dominant start to day 1 in the group stages, where it was full of goals, scored 23 in the end in the group stages, and still is an underrated player. You said he did finish 3rd in Europe. That came off the back of an FGS win that he did claim up quite late into the season. I mean, he's a player that you have to keep an eye on. Very good in the offensive 3rd. Tuga will have his work cut out. There was question marks over Tuga in day 1 after he lost his first 2 games. Suddenly, a change in play style. He said, do not write me out. It's my 3rd FIFAe World Cup final, and I always make out the groups. He made out the groups once again.
Yeah, we have to give credit to Tuga for that. There was times on the couch where we said, is it going to be a repeat story? But no, he found his way through into that knockouts. He matches up against RVP legend.
Well, we got a goal in another game. It's Montaxa against Johnny. It was 1-1 last time we saw it. How does the game sit now? It looks as if it's Johnny, the 6'7" FIFA giant, who leads by a goal to 0. Finesse from the edge of the box. That was in time. There was nothing fancy about that. That was just Ruud Gullit having a punt from 30+ yards.
Yeah, fantastic finish there from Johnny. And regardless of how many goals he scored.
Well, we're jumping over to this one for a split second, Alex, because Stingray has just been gifted a penalty there. He's back in the tie at 1-1, but as you were saying, Johnny leads 2 goals to 1.
Johnny has scored the most goals at this tournament, but I also think he's the player that scored the most amount of goals from outside that 18-yard box.
Well, goals are suddenly going in. We said Tuga's defence is strong in a two-legged game. RVP legend is dangerous in the final third. Look no further for the perfect case study. It's the Romanian FIFA pro that leads by a goal to 0 there. There was also a goal back. We're here for Obrun against Berkey Lion. Berkey Lion was leading 3 goals to 0. And it looks as if Obrun has pulled one back. This is live footage from that game now. 10 minutes left to be played. Obrun would just be happy that he didn't go 4-0 down. Berkey Lion. Chance to fight the fourth. Well defended. We jump across again. Another goal. Montaxa Johnny. Which way is this one gone?
Montaxa and Johnny delivering a game for the ages. That pass driven into the 18-yard box. One layoff, and we know Mbappe will not miss from there. Montaxa, he made it difficult. He made it hard for himself in the group stage, winning that last game to advance through into the knockouts. Not going down without a fight as well against Johnny.
If you look at Montaxa's matches in the group stages, he didn't win a game in his first 4 rounds in day 1, and didn't win a game in his first 3 rounds in day 2. It was a bit of a late starter. One thing for certain here, Alex, he hasn't been a late starter. He's matching up one of the best attacking players that we have seen. This is in full time now. This is leg 1 concluded. Remember, every match over 2 legs now, an aggregate scoreline here in the round of 16. K1 John Stingray 1, and that's a full-time result there. We'll leave that game. K1 John looking slightly annoyed to give away that penalty and the 1-0 lead. Hello, Obrun. It's got another one back. Do not count out the Italian. A 3-0 down. I was slightly worried for what we were going to see across the 2 legs. This is the goal that he scored, the second one. Is that Milinkovic-Savic, or who is that? It's someone that's very, very tall that's just scored a goal.
It was Milinkovic-Savic, and for Obrun, perfect bounce back and scenario. You find yourself 3-0 down against Berkey Lion. You say, how do I find my way back? I need to try and do something in the remaining 45 minutes. Well, almost the dream scenario. Berkey Lion, though, looking for that fourth.
And in time, defended well by Obrun. Credit where it's due, Alex, to pull yourself out of a 3-goal deficit. That could have looked terrible at the halfway point. That's only a 1 goal between the 2 now. So much time left to be played.
Yeah, plenty of FIFA to be played in that second leg. And for Obrun, we mentioned how do you go into that second leg if you find yourselves 3-0 down? When do you go, right, I want to put constant pressure, I want to start sending more numbers forward? Well, thankfully, he has got at least 45 minutes to try and grind Berkey Lion down like he has done to at least bring it back towards square.
Well, let's jump back here. Montaxa Johnny. Montaxa! What a turnaround from the Italian! And what a different player he looks like in the knockout stages.
He's a player that has come to life so many times throughout this season. When it gets to clutch moments, he's done it at the E-Serie A time and time again, but just falls short as he gets through towards that final. But Johnny looking to come straight back, goalkeeper claims. For Montaxa, yes, he's fallen short in the E-Serie A here and there over the last remaining seasons. If you want to look back on that and say, okay, how can I do different in the FIFAe World Cup? Take down possibly top 2 in Johnny of the players here at the event so far. It can give him so much confidence if he does manage to hold on to this and take it through into the quarterfinals. Got a long way to go though, a lot of FIFA left to be played. Johnny will get that last attack with 4 minutes remaining. And Montaxa, outstanding work so far.
Very impressive. Just looking on the build-up to the knockout stages, 9 of the 16 players playing their first ever FIFAe World Cup. That just goes to show you the talent on offer, and also the likes of Nicolas Palinetto have been to multiple E-World Cups, not making it through to the knockout stages. How difficult and how prestigious this FIFAe World Cup has been. Last chance of the half, you could say, of this leg. Montaxa unable to find another goal. And there we have it, full time between the 2. Johnny comes out of that one, Alex, feeling slightly disappointed because he was very much in control on 2 different occasions.
Yeah, and it's a position as well for Johnny that he hasn't really found himself in so far throughout this tournament. He had 7 wins, 2 draws and 1 loss. Yes, that 1 loss may not mean too much in that group stage, but now when you get to knockout FIFA, it's a different story. Especially as well when you go 1-0 up, 1-1, and then we go 2-1, 2-2, and then Montaxa goes, okay, it's my turn to take that lead. For Johnny, it's about, can we regroup? Let's not forget, this is the player that knocked out the world champion Umit in the virtual Bundesliga. Johnny is very capable of overturning this, but Montaxa, we have to give credit to him on how he managed to just get pegged back time and time again, but find his way back into the game, Brandon.
Yeah, well, this was the moment, wasn't it, where Montaxa scored just on the 80th minute mark. Just see Mbappe there. Just peeling off the centre back there, getting enough space to manoeuvre. I think, look, there was a load of matches that round. RVP Legend against Tuga is still underway in the first leg, but the game of all has got to be Obram. 3-0 down, we're sitting there panicking, thinking, all right, he was great last year, but he looks like he's going out in the round of 16. Got 2 back, suddenly he's way back in the tie now and looks very comfortable heading into that second leg there.
Yeah, he does give himself a bit more of a fighting chance. This was Berkay Lyon. He had a chance just before that, but the defenders recovered. But he made sure on that second attempt. He started off on fire, 1-0 and then 2-0. The goalkeeper movement just not doing what Oberon needed it to do. A big switch of play. And this was where you were thinking for the Italian of Oberon, this could get a little bit ropey. Moving the ball around with those driven passes and then laying it off with Mbappe. And it was 3-0, and we were kind of writing off Oberon to an extent, but he came back with this, Brandon.
Yeah, this was the goal that changed things round. Paul Pogba, who has been so good across the 2v2 events and the 1v1s. And again, it's the cross paying dividends as Milinkovic-Savic and Pogba. No Mbappe, no R9 scoring the goals. It was those 2 players there. I think more credit to Obram because, 50 minutes on the clock, he was 3-0 down. Any player would have normally panicked there, I should say. Obram way back in the tie, and you could say a 3-0 lead wasted for Berkay Lyon.
Yeah, and as well, when you've got the camper of Hollywood and Virgil there for Oberon, he can turn around and just have that conversation saying, look, what am I doing wrong? How can we adapt and change on this? And that's what he's done. And there's no, we mentioned it on the couch, we saw Mike saying that maybe Oberon, the best Italian player that we have seen throughout the time of FIFA esports. And when you have a top 4 finish last season, you've made the knockouts in the 3 events that we have here so far in Saudi Arabia. That for Oberon is just to show that quality to say, I may be 3-0 down, but he's more than capable of pulling that back. But Berkay Lyon, on the other hand, yes, going to be very disappointed to not have a bigger lead. I think it's now a battle of nerves more than anything. Berkay Lyon will be thinking about those times this season where he's been so close in the VBL, for example. And Oberon will be going, okay, momentum's maybe in my favour now. Let's go out, start strong, see if we can get that equaliser, and then the game opens up.
I mean, one thing for sure, as we know, first leg compared to second leg is always so different in FIFA esports. If we can have a look at the highlights between K1 John and Stingray, if that is possible, to showcase how that game did conclude. It was 1-1, as we said, between the 2, and this is how that game did play out. K1 John did take the lead in this game, and a couple of chances on the build-up before it, and we're sitting there thinking, K1 John, you've already had an incredible tournament. He wants to go one step further in the top 8.
Yeah, it's really tight dribbling there with the attacker, just kind of evading the challenge. Milinkovic-Savic was on the heels, but the cross coming through, defender just tries to get something on it, get it away from the attacker, and that's how Stingray got that all-important penalty to throw him back into the tie. It was Pele that stepped up, the confidence to put it into that top right corner. And a game which for both of those players, okay, yes, John hasn't been here before, Stingray has, last year up against Tuga. It can go either way for both of them.
Right, definitely. I mean, look, for Stingray, as we said, best defender in the tournament, 9 goals conceded across so many games, which is pretty ridiculous. Anyway, we're in the halfway point of these round of 16 matches. We are waiting to kick off the second legs, otherwise we'll jump into them right now. But before that, let's get the thoughts of the team on the couch.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Well, lots of activity then on the arena floor. A lot of the games are going to jump straight back onto the virtual pitch and get going, because you know what it's like. As soon as you're in the zone, in the moment, you just want to play again. You don't want to come back here and, sit. You just want to get playing and get that momentum going. So you can see the matches have started. Obviously, we'll bring you up to speed with all the analysis when they have finished. But for now, I'm sure we can jump back to Brandon and Alex to take you through these.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rachel. We're back underway, we're happy to say, in the second leg. And we're back underway if you're an Exceed fan. The FIFAe World Cup has remained alive. The Italian job is fully underway. Milinkovic-Savic, get your right foot through that.
The Italian job started indeed, and we spoke about Berke, Lyon and Oberon. Should Oberon get that first goal, it's then a battle of nerves. Who has got that ability to take it through? And all of that momentum is with Oberon.
What a start from the Italian player. You just sit there and you think he's still so underrated, and just backing up the point that Richard said, I think the issue is we just haven't seen him pick up silverware outside of Italy. Yes, he's had good runs in the Serie A. He won that competition once. Danny Pitbull, obviously, is the other name out in Italy that continued to show his dominance. Back-to-back E-World Cups, the top 4 from Oberon. I feel like, yeah, look, sort of last year was the first time that we really saw how good this player was. Berke Lyon's got it all to do now, though, with an Italian that is going to be so confident after coming back from 3-0 down. He's looking for a 4th to add on to the tally. This is nice. Pele, couple of step-overs. Oh, no, keeper. Nearly caught in no man's land.
For Berke Lyon now, it's about just having that time on the ball, just kind of slowing it down ever so slightly. Oberon is just constantly looking to progress forward. Give yourself 5-10 minutes, ease yourself back into this game and breathe.
Well, we've got goals to show you. Let's go over to Stingray first against K1 John. That was a 1-1 scoreline. That one's back underway in the second leg. 50 minutes on the clock in that one as Oberon has an attack, wins a corner. Let's leave that one for a second. Well then, which way did the goal go? Stingray, the man who's in the lead now, Mbappe, with all the time in the world, a simple ball around the goalkeeper, K1 John, with it all to do here. That's live footage from the game. Stingray leading 2-1. There was also a goal between Johnny and Montaxa. Remember, that game was 3-2. Montax, the Italian, who was 1-0 down, then came back, then went 2-1 down, then ended the first leg 3-2 in front. Has Johnny equalised, or what's happened here? It looks as if Montaxa has somehow scored that goal. Alex, I would maybe ask you to break that down, but I don't think you would know what had happened there. Jude Bellingham maybe getting the most fortunate goal that he's seen. I don't know if there was a cutback there, or the goalie just completely threw the ball into his own goal.
Your guess is as good as mine. No idea what the goalkeeper was doing there. Either way, though, if you are Montaxa, you will take that every single day of the week.
Well, we left that game for a second. Johnny wasn't happy about it, and he's got a goal back in the game. 4-3 now, the score. Johnny finding all the space again. Why is there so much space, Alex? Just as it seems, I know there's these simple running races that happen with the likes of Mbappe, players that have got pace, but there's been on a few occasions what seems like just quite a high line.
Yeah, it's one of the things that Johnny does exceptionally well in his gameplay. He takes the ball out very wide, triggers players to run in the middle, and he times his through balls to perfection. But the way he makes the ball come out to the wing, you just have those runners. The opposition sometimes just doesn't quite catch it, and that's how he's just penetrating in on those high defensive lines that Montaxa and plenty of other players look to run.
Well, defended on this occasion by Montaxa. We're hearing there's goals galore. Stingray, K1 John. What's the latest there? Stingray was leading 2-1 on the aggregate scoreline. It is another one. I tell you what, outside the boot pass, Milinkovic-Savic doesn't need his head this time, just touches it down. It looks as if last year's round of 16 exit is not on the cards this time round for Stingray, who's got his eyes on the quarterfinals and much more.
Yeah, brilliant German cross from Stingray. We mentioned how he has so many tools in that arsenal. He doesn't just attack in the same way every single time. He tries different methods to break down that opponent. Milinkovic-Savic at that back post, beating that back line, and he just has the composure to lay it off. And I've mentioned it, Stingray this year is a different player. He's more mature. He's defensively upped his game. It's a player which I think could go a very long way should he hold on against K1 John.
And he's a player, if you look in the last, 2 years of FIFA, Alex, heartbreaking an E-Club World Cup final in a 2v2 environment. Saw Tuga go and win that trophy and then had to be knocked out by him in the round of 16 just being at an E-World Cup before, it adds so much to your game, even if it's not a good experience of a group stage or an early exit in the knockouts. Long ball forward, Stingray looking for another one. Milinkovic-Savic kept out, and so is R9 on the header.
It does, because you've been here before, you've had that experience, and experience in FIFA, yes, sometimes you have players come through like Anders that can come into their first LAN event and just perform because they bring so much skill and class into their game. Stingray has worked hard to refine that game, and so far it's showing. Should he pick up this victory against K1 John, who's making his first World Cup appearance, it would be a PH in or Tex rating in that quarter-final.
Defensively, Alex, every question asked of him, still only conceded 10 goals throughout this whole process. Is he onside? Mbappe was always asking a lot, pulls it back for a free kick. As we look across the other match, let's stay with this one. We'll stay with this one till half-time, then we'll go elsewhere. Stingray still leading 3-1. I'm hoping for a quarter-final spot. Keep in mind, if you win, you double your money, 20k to 40k in prize earnings is what will be on the cards. And if you look at the knockout bracket, Stingray will take on either Tex or PH Zin in a quarter-final. Let's jump over here. RVP legend Tuga is in the first leg still, for those wondering. There was a couple of pauses, there was a couple of issues that did get rectified. Tuga is 1-0 down to RVP legend still. Looks like we're about to get into the half-time interval in the first leg there. But Alex, thoughts on that? PH Zin or Tex? It could be an all-UK FIFA matchup in the quarter-finals of the FIFAe World Cup.
It could be, and obviously if you are a fan from England, that is probably not what you want to see. But either way, it will be a belter of a game. Should Tex manage to take down PH Zin, that is high on confidence. He made it out the group of death. And Tex may be happier to an extent to see PH Zin. We know from that group, you had a choice of Anders, Emre Yilmaz, PH Zin or Manu. It is PH Zin that will play up against Tex later on this evening.
And Taxa must have had the best sleep ever last night, because he's looking like a completely different man. Just think, we talk about it all the time. I know this is only the performance in the first leg was different, but 2 legs of FIFA, Alex, it just changes the way you naturally play. For a lot of players, how you set out in the legs. A lot of players in the first leg often just put it all out. Or alternatively, don't put anything out, and that's why a lot of the games end 0-0. Not on this occasion. Here's Johnny. Looking for an all-important equaliser. Frankie de Jong driving the ball forward, went for a Trivela.
I think Johnny's maybe a more unique player that we see at this tournament, because an example there, de Jong lines it up, let's look for that Trivela straight away. So many players are like, I want to create the perfect opportunity. Johnny says, give me a finesse shot, give me a Trivela. If you give me that time and space, I'm going to go for it every single opportunity that he has. And that's worked for him in that first one game of FIFA in the group stage. Why? Because if you give him just that slight bit of room, he capitalises on it. 2 legs though, Montaxa can work out that game plan and do his best to stop it.
Well. Penalty, RVP legend Tuga has been given. We'll let you know if it went in and who for. Remember, Tuga was 1-0 down in that game against RVP Legends. Here's what you may have just missed. It was Tuga that gave away the penalty. It was a time green finish regardless from Ronaldinho. Virgil van Dijk goes into the book. Tuga on the verge of going 2-0 down. Up step Pele. RVP Legends stepped up from the mark, did score. It's not looking good for Tuga. Remember, that's in the first leg still, but he's 2-0 down. Well, we jump over to this one. Obrun against Berke Lyon. 3-3 the scoreline. 62 minutes on the clock. I mean, if Obrun was to pull through here, that would be 2 Italians if the scores did stay the same in the final 8. There's never been an Italian FIFAe World Cup champion ever since the tournament started back in 2004. One ball forward. Chance for Obrun. There's the Elastico. massive save from Edwin van der Sar. What can we see here? Played short or a direct ball into the box. Keep an eye on the individual player movement there. Virgil van Dijk is near the front post. Can he flick it on? Virgil van Dijk is there! Obrun leads 4 goals to 3.
A set-piece masterclass from the man from Team Exceed. Milinkovic-Savic came short. You're thinking, it's 6'8". Why is he not in the box? Maybe using that as bait to say we might look for something from there. Instead, the player lot coming through. Virgil van Dijk at that near post. And Obrun, the Italian job is nearly done and dusted.
And I'll tease you, winner of this game of Obrun will play Anders Vergang or Di Fernandez. Here's a chance. Stingray looking to conclude the tie. Game, set, match. It's quarter-final time for Stingray this time round in an E-World Cup. As we jump over here, as I keep saying, Alex, it could be 2 Italians in the final eight. This matchup here, we'll see the winner of Emre Yilmaz against Mark in the quarter-final stages. Winner of Stingray against K1 John plays text or PH in if you haven't heard that one. Winner of Obrun against Berke Lion plays Anders Vergang or Di Fernandez. The reason why I highlighted that one round is because if it somehow was, it's Johnny, by the way. Cutback available, cheeky chip. Cleared off the line pretty much by Montaxa. But the reason why I highlight that game, if it is Anders Vergang that comes through, Alex, Obrun Anders Vergang, there's history there between those two this year.
Big opportunity for Johnny to find his way back into that game. Montaxa, the goalkeeper movement, how quick he decided to bring his goalkeeper out to narrow down that angle, close off any sort of ability for you to take it past the keeper. A big touch from the attacker, and the chance goes begging.
Has to be creatively, defensively, I should say, sound Montaxa when you're up against one of the most creative players in the tournament. K1 John obviously chasing Stingray in the other game, still trailing. Johnny. Johnny still hunting, Montaxa doing what he can to take the sting out of this game. Just keeps running into more players from Johnny. Equaliser, yes there will be. 4-4.
You mentioned the through balls with Johnny and how precise and delicate he can be to just feed in those attackers. And at the time where he needed it most throughout this tournament, he delivers.
We have got a game on our hands. Obrun Berke Lion. What has happened over there? 15 minutes left on the clock. Over in that game, Obrun Berke Lion. Last time we saw it, Obrun was leading 4 goals to 3. Before that, let's go over to Stingray, who is 10 minutes away from a top 8. As we said, he'll play PH in or Tex in the quarter-final stages. Long ball over the top, he can finish it now if he wants to. Pele, does he need another goal for Stingray? He can enjoy himself now, looking for a little elastico there in the box, as K1 John tries to do everything he can. Well, Berke Lion, Obrun. 4-3 was the score to Obrun. What has happened here? It's a goal back for the German, Berke Lion, and there is 10 minutes left in that game. Let's go to it if we can, live now. We could have extra time on our hands potentially here.
Could have extra time indeed, and Obrun just not reading the simple dribble from Pele, who just turns, gets it onto the right foot. Obrun deciding, do I want to go left or right? How do I want to defend this? Berke Lion, though, takes that opportunity in his stride and puts himself back into this game.
Let's stay with this one to find out what's the ending here. Just quickly, Tuga has got a goal back in the first leg. Is there late drama in this one. Berke Lion looking to go even further in his first ever World Cup. Will he do it now? Step overs needed. Big tackle from Obron, who will get the last chance of the game by the looks of it. Extra time needed. Or is there one more big chance for the FIFA Pro of Exceed, who has a rich history in the World Cup? Last chance, added time of 1 minute. Alphonso Davies looks to whip it in, punches it into Paul Pogba. Obron with a big chance, Mbappe steal. Extra pass, Obron! Quarter-finalist in the 90th minute! Italy will be there amongst the final 8.
Well, switching things over to RVP legend and Tuga. Tuga whipping that one in to get himself all level, still only in that first leg against RVP legend. Drama, drama, drama.
Well, there's more news in another game. Montaxa against Johnny. 2-2 here in leg 1. Over here, we're in extra time, I can tell you now. Johnny against Montaxa. There was a late equaliser from the top goal scorer in the World Cup. He wants to make it 3 World Cups in a row for Germany. Extra time here. Chance for Jude Bellingham. Finds Mbappe. There's the reverse elastico. There's the time green shot into corner. 8 goals between these two. However, still no way to separate them. Johnny, keep an eye from him. There's the Trivela again. He's happy to take those risks. And he's just so unpredictable, Alex, from those areas.
Yeah, he is. And that's showing with the amount of goals that he's scored in this tournament. Montaxa, on the other hand, probably thought at times throughout his World Cup dream was going to be over. But with that win yesterday against Darkley, he's still here, he's still fighting, and in a way is the German of Johnny.
Well, a couple of quick full times around the ground. Stingray through to the final 8. He knocks out K1 John. Obron, 90th minute winner. He's through to the quarter-finals where he'll be facing Di Fernandez or Anders Vergang. Tuga's first leg is concluded. That's a 2-2 result. Remember, he was 2-0 down in the game. Here's a chance for Montaxa. And this is the only game that is currently live as it stands right now. We are waiting for that second leg from Tuga to kick off against RVP legend, but quickly on Tuga. What a turnaround for him. Never count him out.
Yeah, I think everybody is starting to see Tuga has just got something different about him in this 1v1 environment. Every time he gets pegged back, he answers.
This is a good ball. Bundled to the ground. Referee says, get back up on your feet. That's a corner. Last chance of the half in extra time for Johnny. Half time, let's take a breather. 50 minutes away from penalties. To the side who will be going through to take on Emre Yilmaz or Mark 11. I mean, one game had to give us penalties in this round of 16. If it's not now, it'll be in the second sitting at least.
No, we don't want it, Brandon. Penalties are not a nice way for these players. Yes, the viewers at home and everybody in the arena that is just sat enjoying the highest level of FIFA that we have to offer, saying, give us penalties. It's just don't want it, Brandon.
$40,000 penalty shootout as well, just to add that extra spice into it.
I get nervous when I'm doing a penalty shootout for rank 1, let alone $40,000.
For some of these players, it'll be their biggest ever payday. Back on the way, Montaxa looking for that winner down that very dangerous area of the byline. Did get cancelled out though. Last 10 minutes. Extra time. We have got A live crowd here in Riyadh. You'll be able to hear them, and you'll be able to hear them even more because Abu Maka is in town for his round of 16 game not long after this one. We'll be taking on Manu Bashir. Abu Maka, remember, topped his group in Group B. Taking the top spot off Tex. Long ball forward. Here's a chance for Johnny Klosterman. Fellow German tries to get to the tap moving. Mbappe, good press. Wins a corner. Numbers queuing up in the box. Keep an eye on Travella from the edge of the box. Fancy the finesse towards the back post, off the woodwork. What a chance for Johnny.
A huge opportunity goes begging. The woodwork standing strong for Montaxa. Brilliantly executed. Defender just could not find a way to keep that one under the woodwork. Either way though, Montaxa says, we survived that one, let me have this last attack, and maybe the last laugh.
Maybe indeed. Added time to come in. On just 1 minute. Enough time for Johnny to get the ball forward, but he has to move now. Win this game, you're in the quarter-final. In your first ever E-World Cup Grand Final. It's a cynical foul, one to try and break up the play from Montaxa. But one thing that Johnny has is height, and we might see that here. No, we won't. Penalties for a quarter-final date against Emre Yilmaz or Mark 11. Johnny to step up first with Paul Pogba. Literally going, Paul Pogba does score. Montaxa, over to you now, the Italian. Looking to make it 1-from-1. Up steps Pele, he does score as well.
All square after one penalty for each side. Back over to Johnny with Ruud Gullit. Same side again. Keeper stands in the middle. Montaxa with Mbappe. Easy as you like.
Perfect pen so far, 2 from 2. Back to Johnny. Thierry Henry now, what can he do? Misses! Chance for Montaxa to take the lead. Up steps R9, who does score.
Johnny has to put this one in to keep that confidence flowing throughout this penalty shootout. Mbappe saved.
Montaxa, you score, and you're in a quarter-final. Upstairs Virgil van Dijk, he does score. Italy are in numbers in the quarter-final stages of this year's FIFAe World Cup. It's heartbreak from Johnny, but this is what FIFA eSports does. You can have a great group stage, but when you get to the knockouts, it does not matter.
Montaxa, this time yesterday, was thinking this tournament was going to be over. He won that last match to make his way into the last 16, and boy, has he took his opportunity, taking down one of the favourites in Johnny. Commiserations to Johnny, though, who has put on a fantastic display throughout this tournament, but he meets his match.
This is the margins, though, Alex, isn't it? The margins we're looking at. Montaxa, let's be honest, he wasn't good in the group stages by any means. He left it late. He got a bit fortunate of results around him, but now he's in the top 8, and he's just got a $40,000 pay packet and a potential matchup against Emre Yilmaz or Mark 11. All that hype about Johnny, gone. He's out.
And that is why we love FIFA eSports. On anyone's day, they can take down any player. Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter what you did yesterday, it's about what can you do today. And talking of today, we still have RVP legend and Tuga.
2-2 in the first leg. Remember, the RVP legend was 2-0 up in the game. Tuga able to bounce back. There was a small technical pause in the matchup. Tuga, as we said, you never write him off. Struggled in the best of one in the group stages in Tuga in day one. was forced to change his play style, change his tactics. And after that, I don't think I've ever seen a more attacking Tuga than what we saw. As we said, 3 of the round of 16 games are done. If you missed the headline news, Stingray through, Montaxa through, Obram through. K1 John leaving the tournament, so did Johnny. And of course, last but not least, Berke Line. There will not be a 3rd German world champion in a row. I mean, what a story that would have been. I know there was a few events cancelled in the build-up, but it could have been Mo Alba, it could have been Umit, and then it could have maybe been Johnny or Berke Line. That script is ripped up now. I tell you what script is in the making, the first ever Italian FIFAe World Cup champion. 2 games away from a grand final.
Yeah, and it's an opportunity that doesn't come around every single year for these players. We know how difficult it is to make the World Cup. Montaxa advancing through. Oberon will be thinking back to this time last year. He got that top 4 finish. He will want to go further. But for now, celebrations for them. And it's all about Tuga and RVP, who will be joining the remaining players in the quarterfinals.
Tuga last year, it was a quarter-final exit for him in the World Cup. Loses the hands of Obram, ball into the box. Tuga is fortunate, but he won't care. He's off at his feet, and this crowd are loving him. I'm not sure the connection between the fans and Tuga, but ever since he played in 2v2 and 1v1, they are loving the man from Portugal.
I think Tuga will be very grateful to whoever decided to put Milinkovic-Savic out of goalkeeper and into centre mid at 6'8", with the play style that Tuga has. He's saying, give me that man, let me get the ball in the box, let me apply that pressure. He has come up clutch so many times for Tuga.
Chance from distance. Big save needed. This 2-legged FIFA is just brought out some of the more experienced names, in my opinion. Obram being it before. Was 3-0 down. Obram 3-0 down in his game and won 4-3. Ridiculous.
He's gone again.
Keep an eye on Milinkovic-Savic. This is where Tuga is one of the players you don't want to play against, Alex, when you're losing to him, because he's going to take every second he can get. I've not met a FIFA player that knows how long you get on a throw-in before it automatically takes it. Here's Ronaldinho, cuts it back, got a score! Saved again!
Goalkeeper movement, keeping Tuga in that leading position. RVP though, one more chance.
Last chance of the half, back to R9. It will be defended well. And while we've got a quick second, let's check in with Spencer Owen, who's speaking to someone who's ready for a round of 16 match.
You beat Johnny, it went to penalties. Sorry, we had a little mic difficulty there. 12 points you got in your group stage. Johnny had 23. Did you believe going into that game you could beat him?
Yeah, of course I believed, because group stage is different. It's best of one, which is not my best mode to play. I prefer to play best of twos. I knew Johnny was really good in attack. For this reason, I studied him before the game, and during this best of two, I suffered too much in the first leg, the first half. So I made some changes, and they worked out pretty well. Then we went to the penalties, and it was incredible. But if I continue to play games like that, I need to go to the hospital tonight, really.
Well, you've got another game today, yeah. You're going to play the winner of Mark 11 versus Yilmaz. Have you got a preference of who you play?
I want just play. I just want to play whoever it is. I want to win.
Yeah, best of luck to you. Do not write off Montaxa. He's beaten someone that looked unbeatable in Johnny, and he's going for the next round. Let's get back into the action now.
Thank you, Spencer. Montaxa certainly feeling the pressure of matches like that. Penalties needed for him to make it to the quarter-final stages, but he's absolutely right. Group stages are very different to the knockouts.
Very different indeed. For a lot of these players, it's about that comfort of 2 legs of FIFA. It's what they're used to. It's what they've spent hundreds of hours playing in throughout the competitive season. At times, just get through the group stage, get into the knockouts, and showcase to the world what you can deliver on the biggest stage. As that interview was happening, we saw the cameras behind the scenes of Tuga and RVP legend. Tuga deep in conversation with his booth. RVP legend, Andres there, his management team, just having that conversation with him. They look pretty chill, they look relaxed. I think they know what they need to do to break down Tuga.
One thing that you guarantee with RVP legend, Alex, is you're right, he can create and create and create. Look at some of the scorelines down in the group stage over best-of-1 matches. 4-1 wins, 3-0 wins. At times it did get a little bit cagey, don't get me wrong, but overall it's convincing.
Yeah, for RVP legends, when you're matching up against Tuga, I think there's very few players in the world that can probably say, let's go out there and match the play style of Tuga. It's very difficult to do. So instead it can be, let us take the game to Tuga. Let's try and put him on that back foot. Be aggressive. Go forward. Don't be slow. Look to move it up the pitch in transition. Get in between those lines and make Tuga feel uncomfortable. It started that way, but Tuga is the one that's answered back.
RVP legend representing Romania. Said how proud that made him feel. Looking for a way back in the tie, 3-3. Mbappe could twist and turn, he goes through the legs! The Van der Sar! He won't want to see that one again.
He won't, indeed, and I think that's the first time I've ever seen Tuga get up and react in a way that, well, he's normally quite calm, he's normally quite disciplined. Feeling very hard done by there.
Sometimes the animations just don't go your way, do they? And I think that might be one of those moments in the percents, the tiniest percentages that goes through the legs of the goalkeeper. We'll have to see it again on the replay. Let's have a look at it again then. You can't fault the build-up, you can't fault Mbappe's just little exit here. Yeah, through the legs. One of those shots you do it 10 times. Keeper probably saves 9 of them.
I think the thing is that Van der Sar, he's a big frame at 6'7". That is one of his weaknesses down on the ground. Should he save it? Yes, 100%. If he just sticks a leg out, he saves it. But instead, because he's gone for that animation of let me try and spread my legs and block the shot, in doing so, he's just allowed Mbappe to trickle the ball underneath him. Regardless of it though, Tuga, not a happy individual.
3-3. Tuga, RVP legend. Have to remember, RVP legend was leading the game 2-0 in leg 1. Tuga, one of the best mentalities I think you'll ever see in a FIFA Pro player. So regimented in his play style, but also holds himself accountable at such high standards. And you can understand why for a 3-time FIFAe World Cup finalist. He's been a 2v2 world champion. Representing a club such as Atletico Riders. And there's pressure that comes with that. Maybe not the Ida Liga that he wanted this year, representing Atletico, playing in the Atletico Madrid Stadium for the grand finals. We're not going as far as he would have wanted to there. Feels like he might have a point to prove. No better stage for that than this stage here, the world stage. We're edging towards it. More extra time. Alphonso Davies. R9 drops back into sort of like a false 9 role for a split second there.
As we round up the remaining 15 minutes, we're just going to see both players looking to not make a mistake, just be patient, find the opportunities, work the angles as and when they come.
I want to see how many passes Tuga's made here, by the way. Oh, there you go, losing possession. Kept possession there for so long.
Yeah, he was very patient with that through ball on, maybe. Cross.
Not needed, Mbappe cuts it back, finds Pele. He goes down to ground, referee plays on. Frankie de Jong now in possession. Interchange with his fellow central midfielder in Jude Bellingham. Options in the box will start to queue up now. Tuga, regimented. Look how many Atletico shirts there in a line. That luminous orange. Will they stand strong for this last attack though? Yes, they will. First tackle, second tackle. Is there a chance to break? No, great turnover from RVP legends.
RVP needs to spread this play wide to then try and find it in between the lines. Right now, his attack is so pushed up against Tuga's defence, he's just not got an option to go forward into the middle. He's looking to drive it with those passes, and you just see Bellingham, Milinkovic-Savic trap it out every single time. Needs to do more to try and get up against this back line.
Pele, we are into nearly the last 5 minutes of the game. RVP legend down the ball. Oh, it was a tight angle. He was down the byline. And when you get down there defensively, you're asking so many questions, aren't you?
Well, Tuga wasn't happy with Van der Sar in that goal that he just conceded, but he can be very happy there. I don't think he knew all too much about it, but it does not matter either way if you are a Tuga fan. The foot of Van der Sar just keeping RVP legend out. Now, the player that's done it time and time again in clutch moments has one more opportunity.
Player that's been all around the world competing. Has he got one more clutch moment in the locker? Tuga. 90 minutes on the clock, added time of 1 minute. What has he got for us here? It's a long ball into the box. Extra time is on the cards in a round of 16 game at the FIFAe World Cup. Let's see who is going to book a spot in that quarter-final matchup where you'll be taking on Manu Bashir or Abu Maka. I mean, the local fans have a bit of a problem if it's Tuga that gets through, because they've been backing Abu Maka and Tuga throughout this tournament. It might be a slightly split audience. One thing that Tuga does have that no one else has, by the way, here at the World Cup, he has two coaches. He's got a Spanish coach and he's got a Portuguese coach.
Two coaches. I'd be interested to know, maybe have that conversation with Tuga at the time, if he's willing, whether they both have a specific role. One in the attack, one in the defence. Whether one's more about the tactical breakdown and one's more about him as a person. It's a very interesting conversation.
Yeah, well, the story backdates to Movistar Riders, firstly. Movistar Riders have always had Coach Espy, who has been a coach with Andoni. When they went into 2v2 FIFA and became world champions, he still remained involved. Then this year, his newest Portuguese coach has come in. Well, here's some of the big moments, speaking of Tuga, that he made here. This was the biggest of them all. The big save that Edwin van der Sar made with that right hand there, Alex, keeping him in the game. Then there was this chance at the other end, RVP legends, who did score that one. I mean, Van der Sar, great save down one end, and then, unfortunately, going through his legs down the other.
It's kind of catch-22, because some people would argue that RVP legend, the chance he had where Van der Sar made that big save, goalkeeper movement is what bailed Tuga out. And then in that scenario, it's just Van der Sar saying, you know what, I don't fancy saving this. I fancy making it interesting for the viewers.
Extra time here in the round of 16. Win this game, $40,000 guaranteed. And a spot in the top 8 of this year's FIFAe World Cup. RVP legend kicking from right to left in that white strip. Tuga, the Atletico. Straight from left to right. Here's a running race. Thierry Henry has got legs down that area. Cut back inside. RVP legends with a huge outpour of emotion. Is that the goal to send him into the quarterfinals?
The ball roll there from RVP legend completely changes that scenario. Tuga thinks he's just going to commit for that driven pass off across, so he slides.
RVP reads that, says no, ball roll on the inside, take out the defender, a simple layoff, and an unbelievable goal for RVP. Great work.
We had a couple of moments like that, didn't he, across the two legs, Alex, where it was goalkeeping that saved Tuga, alternatively a defensive block. He's always made it obvious that he likes to try and exploit his opponent in those areas. That occasion, though, Tuga not able to find a way to stop RVP Legend, who does lead now in extra time. Jump back to the game. There's still a lot of time left. We are in the first half of extra time still. Nearly 10 minutes played. Oh no, it could get worse. It could get a lot worse for Tuga. It's a massive save. Corner. Played short. Every player back for Tuga. Lofted ball, finds Alphonso Davies. Couple of step overs, one more pass, another big block at the back. I was just looking, and the last time Tuga fell in the round of 16 was against Maestro in FIFA 19 in London at an World Cup. Last year we did get top 8. He was hoping that trend would continue to move on with at least the top 4 this time round. Ball goes in the box, 2 hands on it from the goalkeeper. That should do us for the halfway point in extra time. RVP Legend leads Tuga by 4 goals to 3.
Yeah, and a great first half of extra time there from RVP, as we see him there talking to Andres, his coach, management team, looking to just see out 15 more minutes of FIFA. 15 minutes and you find yourself through into the quarterfinals. Tuga, on the other hand, though, just needs to pull something out of nothing. Can he work those German crosses? Can he work the angles? Can he find a way to get past a player in RVP, which, yes, has been so phenomenal in the attack? But, as he says there, he's had 3 chances. Let's just keep him out, and he'll book himself a spot in the final 8.
For the first time, we actually had a bit of a mic in to the player booth there from the camera that is in the booth of RVP Legend. As you said, Alex, he's had 3 chances all game. Those are the goals that he scored. Is what Razvan Pui is arguing. He seems in the zone. Whatever music is playing in his ears. What a moment for him. First ever World Cup. About time he gets his recognition, he'll be saying. Winner of this game will play Mani Bashir or Abu Maka in the quarter-final. Well then, RVP Legend looking for an odd one, gets bundled to the ground as Pele. No free kick there. Tuga. Show us your experience on the big stage. He will get a chance. But he might need 2 chances if RVP Legend can find another one. Keeper comes. Picks up the ball. To my point, Alex, as much as RVP can say they have 3 chances, Tuga is going to get 1 more. Omri finds Ronaldinho. Pogba. Tuga on the hunt still. Back to Kevin De Bruyne. There's the 1 more pass. Reverse Elastico is nice, but the defending's better.
It's brilliant defending there from RVP Legend, looking to switch quickly into that defence to stand up the attackers and bring in a brilliant tackle. Tuga, though, still applying that pressure.
Bellingham dispossessed. Fortunate, though, the ball does come back. 5 minutes away from a top 8 for RVP. So Renato Sanchez, I should say. On that right-hand side, RVP still fighting. Tuga wins it back in a nice area. What can you do here? Pogba again, dispossessed, falls back Kylie again. It's just neither player could see out these last 5 minutes. This is his game now. This is his matchup. Tuga looks to crash out of an E-World Cup top 16, and that is job done. Top 16, RVP Legends is in the quarter-finals of this year's World Championships. Huge performance from the #3 ranked player in Europe. It's his time on the big stage. He will play Abu Bakr or Manu Bashir in a quarter-final.
You can see what it means there to the camp of RVP Legend and the player himself, who has put on a legendary performance in this stage.
Yeah, incredible scenes. But look, let's not hang about any time. Let's head down there now. Spencer, how's you feeling?
Well, we're starting to see what the name Legend means, because you're putting some legendary performances in here. You've knocked out Tuga in an extra time battle. How was that for you?
To be honest, no, like I can't even speak because my voice is gone, but like it just shows that passion every time beats mathematics. Because like I just played with creativity and stuff. He was only doing German crosses, and you can really know when someone is playing like and has creativity, he was always win.
Is that a way you describe your game and a way we can look forward to watching you in future rounds? The play style that you use is very creative.
Yeah, exactly. You can see every single like attack. I attack different. I don't attack the same time, like every time the same time. So you can expect from me lots of goals and lots of creativity.
How much did that win take out of you? Because you were 2-0 up, then Tuga got back in the lead, then you came back extra time, got the winner. Emotionally, how do you feel right now?
I can't speak. My voice is gone. Like I'm so excited. I can't wait for the top 8 game, and let's see who will be. But I'm ready for every round.
Well, you're going to be playing the winner of Abu Bakr and Manu Bashir, so 2 great players. Obviously, if Abu Bakr was to come out on top, you would have this crowd against you. Do you think you can handle that?
I already had the crowd against me because everyone was cheering for Tuga. Even like the guys from there, I also saw Anders Vesgan was cheering for Tuga. So I'm waiting for you in the semi-final.
Well, listen, great congratulations to you. Fantastic effort so far. We'll see you in the next round. That is RVP Legend, a creative player. He scores goals for fun. He concedes some as well. That's why it went to extra time, but he got the win in the end.
He knocks out some big names as well, doesn't he, Spen? He has made it through, the RVP Legend, to the quarter-finals. Drama once again. We were all backing Tuga, weren't we, to get through the group stages. He managed that and then fell, unfortunately, at this first hurdle on day 3. Guys, let's just talk about that then. Tuga was always on the back foot, really, in that match, Mike. He came back, and you could see as well how passionate he was. RVP there just talking about that passion overweighs mathematics in the end. He said, but Tuga has passion in abundance. Took it all the way to extra time, and then we watched, didn't we, as the final kind of whistle was approaching there in extra time. Tuga just made a few sloppy passes, possibly, and nerves maybe got to him. Mike, what did you read into that match?
Well, first off, I think RVP was more so stressing creativity and free flow and fluidity, and maybe challenging that. Tuga didn't show that. He showed a lot of crossing and a methodical approach to playing FIFA. He had opportunities. He got himself back into it. You got to give Tuga some credit. You see some of those crosses whipped in, chances there, bounces back. Goalkeeper makes the first saves, able to take the lead, wasn't able to see it out. And RVP's been one of those stories this far throughout the tournament. What a save from Van der Sar in terms of looking good during the group stage, setting the tone in the group stage, and now being able to eliminate a player with the caliber of Tuga is massive, even though I will say the goalkeeper there a little bit dodgy. You don't see the nutmegs too frequently, too often. I'm sure Tuga won't be happy about that.
No, not at all. And I think for Tuga as well, you come into this game, he was playing well in the one-legged games. He turned his fortunes around, but RVP, there's a reason he's 3rd in Europe. There's a reason he is renowned as one of the most attacking, free-flowing players that we've got in this current sort of game and in this current FIFA 23 meta. So I'm not necessarily surprised. I think the only surprise would have been because of the accolade, and we were talking on this exact couch when we were talking about the other games that we're seeing. Experience tends to come through in the clutch moments. On this occasion, talent prevailed.
He's one of the players, the few players actually living up to their rankings as well. We know Yuval got knocked out #1 in Europe, Texas still in #2, and now RVP #3. It's hard to live up to those expectations in terms of rankings, isn't it, Aggie?
Yeah, and I don't think the players are thinking too much about it. I mean, we spoke about it and discussed the subject that one thing is playing this online competition, one thing is playing an actual World Cup. And RVP is one of the newer guys coming into it and actually showing that he's capable of adjusting very fast, and he's ready for the biggest stage, and now he'll have a very interesting quarterfinal as well.
Yeah, he's got possibly an exciting route, hasn't he, if he's to get over the next hurdle, which could be Abu Maka or Manu Bashir. They go up next in the round of 16. Let's have a look then at the spider draw and see who else has qualified for the quarterfinals. Well, we know them, we've just watched them, but I'll just show you now. RVP legend there, he goes through, doesn't he? Over Tuga, extra time it took in the end. He plays either Abu Maka or Manu Bashir. And then we just saw that matchup, Oberon against Berke Lion there. Oberon got the better of Berke. 5-4 in the end, that 90th minute goal. He'll play, well, maybe one of the difficult matches is if Bergan is to go through over Di Fernandez. Then let's look then to the other side. Montaxa and Johnny just played 4-4 there. It went to penalties in the end. And Montaxa getting the better of Johnny, who was phenomenal yesterday, wasn't he? He was top of the table there with 23 points, Aggie, the most in all the competition. He'll take on either Yilmaz or Mark 11 there. And then we missed that one, Oberon and Berke Lion and Stingray and John. That was 5-1 in the end. Possibly the most dominant performance came from Stingray, didn't it, Aggie?
Yeah, all games were close. Even Stingray's game, especially the first leg against John, he was very lucky to not be behind, and he also told that himself. But in the second leg, he just turned up, and the only one of the games that was like a really convincing victory, and he'll try to carry that on because he's going up against one of the top dogs.
Yeah, I think he hated, didn't he, going down 1-0 as well. He looked like he had a bit of a word to himself, says Stingrays. No coach, of course, sitting behind him as the crowd starts to get really loud here, because I'm guessing Abu Maka has just walked out behind me. They're getting ready for the next round of 16. But whilst we have a pause on the couch, let's go over to Alex. He's got a couple of moments to just take us through. Alex, where are we starting?
Well, there was loads of moments to talk about, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to start off with Stingray, a player which has took this tournament by fire so far. Let's jump into one of his goals against K1 John that was just superb from Stingray. K1 John makes a massive mistake. You can see he's got two players in the middle of the park where he wants to look to lay that ball off. This is where Stingray can excel so well. He reads that. He moves Ruud Gullit into that position to be aggressive on the press. That's an area that Stingray exceeds in. Now it's about, okay, how can we get our numbers forward? Can we give ourselves options? A lovely little bit of hold-up play from R9, the reverse elastico, and then you have now got Pele, R9 and Mbappe all ahead of the defenders. Take a look at where Varane and Milinkovic-Savic are, meaning your right centre-back and left centre-back have got a big job to try and stop that. The through ball just to go in between the defensive line, threaded to perfection, an area where Stingray is superb, and then that heel to ball roll to take it past the keeper. And that put him into that 2-1 position. Now it's about, what can we do? How can we add anything else? Milinkovic-Savic moves into the position for him to get running in behind, laying that ball out wide. How can we find that German cross? So many players look to then take it wide out here and then find that cross. Stingray says, well, I can do this differently. I can go for the Travella on that inside and then the layoff of perfection, giving himself a massive goal. And it wasn't just Stingray that was delivering on the biggest stage. Montaxa, a player that maybe at times thought he might not be here at the knockout. It's all about how he delivers in the round of 16. Bellingham picking that ball up, no hesitation, looking to lay it first time into Mbappe, and then that low driven. Congratulations to him and RVP, a player as well, up against one of the best competitors throughout FIFA esports of Tuga. What can you do here in this position? Look at how many orange shirts we have. There's so many in that box, and we see 2 white shirts. How can RVP find the isolated man in that middle of the pitch. Well, Van Dijk is going to move over. The second man press is there. De Ligt is on that as well. That ball roll, which you're just going to see here, takes out that slide tackle and then opens up that lane for R9. If you go for this little driven pass here without the ball roll, Van Dijk is going to stop that. That is such precision from RVP legend, and he books his spot. And then the Italian job needed to get done from Oberon. Up against Berke Lyon, the last attack of the game. Pogba makes a run. Milinkovic-Savic makes a run into that 18-yard box. I'll have to get the word from Oberon. I don't know whether he was looking to go for that cross into here. Either way, he didn't put enough power on it and Pogba receives it. Fear not though, Oberon takes that time. For Berke Lyon, this is bad news. De Ligt out of position from centre-back. Varane is about to step up as well. So it simply means that your defensive line is not in a healthy back four position. You pull them defenders up, it then means you have that extra layoff, as you can see here, to feed that into Bellingham, and then can Oberon deliver? Well, of course he can. That low-driven, booking himself a spot into the next round of the quarterfinals. There were so many massive moments, and we're now going to jump over to Spencer.
Thank you, Alex. Yes, I am with Di Fernandez here in the Diogo Jota esports camp. They did very well to get out of the group after no wins in your first 4 games. Strong finish, got you out in 4th place, which means now you've probably got the toughest job to do in this whole arena right now. You've got to take on and beat Anders Vergang. How are you going to do it?
I mean, for us, it's also one more game, the same as for Anders as well. We both know, and probably most of the people knows that Anders is really good, probably the best right now playing. He's really perfect in what he's doing on the pitch, but we are confident, so let's go.
Did you get a chance to see the Manu Bashir Anders Vergang game last night? It was the last match of the group. He was the only person to beat Anders. Could you pick up any tips from that?
Yeah, I saw the game, but the fact is that everyone knows what Anders want to do. Everyone knows, but their timings are always perfect, and that's why he's one of the best right now. I think that he always finds the perfect timing to step over, to go on to green time. He never misses a green, so it's really hard because everyone knows all he plays. It's not that the problem. It's just at all the time really good.
Well, listen, best of luck to you guys. Good luck, my friend. Di Fernandez there, going up, and his coach, of course, going up against Anders Vergang. Very difficult job, but stranger things have happened in FIFAe Esports. We're going to see shocks, plenty more of them. Will we see a shock in this next game? I'm about to talk to Tex, who's going up against PH Zin. See what Tex is thinking after a very impressive group stage. So, it's getting loud in here, Tex. You're going up against PH Zin next. What are you thinking?
Well, I'll be honest, I spent a lot of time watching him this morning and last night. And I think he's top 3 player left in the competition. I think if he beats me now, I think he'll go on to win. He's crazy good.
Is that the same for you? If you beat him, will you go on to win?
Don't know.
I'll let you have that one. Listen, we've seen you get out the groups. You've had the single leg. We're into 2-leg FIFA now. Is anything going to change?
Hopefully I play a little bit better. I know I got out of the group, but my performance is still a bit stiff. Like, I'm not playing necessarily as I could, so I'm hoping for a good performance here, and hopefully I'll come out of the win.
Okay, Tex, best of luck, my friend, against PhD, and a man who won a World Cup, 3-4 days ago in the E-Nations, but he's going to have to beat Tex if he's going to go any further in this one. Back to you guys.
I actually think that's an old-school Tex talking there, Alex. He loves to kind of put down his chances a little bit. Spen was obviously talking about the crowd. He says, I think PhD is one of the top 3 in the world. That is a Tex, in my opinion, who's confident when he bigs up the other player, just so the audience at home go, oh, maybe he's the underdog there. He likes being the underdog, so he plays that narrative to Spen.
Yeah, and it's very difficult for Tex to ever be the underdog in every competitive game that he goes in for. But you have to give credit. Yes, we know the quality that PH Zin has on that pitch in that 1v1 environment and 2v2 as well. But Tex, the way he's been playing throughout this tournament, I think maybe he's downplaying himself ever so slightly. PH Zin is coming into this game knowing, yes, if he plays his best FIFA, he'll get that victory. But Tex has looked phenomenal as well.
Yeah, he has. And of course, We have a little look at who he may have gone up against, and it would have been Manu Bashir, wouldn't it? Because that now goes to Abu Maka, who will be delighted by the fans in here. They'll all be supporting him, of course. You were just treated to exactly how loud and special they are. We can hardly hear ourselves think here on the couch. Does, though, Alex, PH Zin favour Tex a little bit more than a Manu Bashir if he had actually topped that group?
No, possibly not. I mean, I think when you're looking at these players and we're moving into this, no matter what you have, when you're looking at the group of death, which we saw, which, yes, Manu made it out of, PH Zin made it out of, it's a very difficult matchup for PH Zin. Tex, on the other hand, though, he's happy with this.
He is, isn't he?
He did his maths. He looked at what he had potentially to play up against from a group of death that was so phenomenal across all boards, so many fantastic FIFA players. I think he's kind of saying, yeah, give me PH Zin. If I can take him out, that then puts him, along with Anders, in the front-running position to go all the way throughout this tournament. So if you take out a player like PH Zin, your confidence is going to be using.
Texas team, are they changing anything for him?
No, and I have to give credit to Zach Moore coming in and coaching Tex. He got grouped in the last 2 World Cups that he's made. He then changed that up, and yes, okay, he could have finished first, let it slip ever so slightly, but coming in and finishing second and looking like a player which we haven't seen in a long time. He's confident, yes, he's giving respect to the opponents as well, but also he's not conceding many goals, and that is one of the things that makes Tex such a great FIFA player.
Yeah, after day 1, it was only 4, if you remember as well. Aggie, I'll just bring you in the conversation which Alex and I were having about Tex. In the interview there with Spen, he was really playing down his chances and really bigging up PH Zin, and I said to Alex that was an old school Tex speaking there. He's secretly confident. Do you feel that?
Yeah, definitely. I think he just had to get over that hurdle in terms of getting past the group stage, and now he's in a different scenario that he's never been in before, at least at a FIFAe World Cup. He's talking like vintage Tex and he's playing like vintage Tex. The only thing that I'm really curious to see is this actual matchup, because he's going to be paired with the group of death, and on paper that is the toughest competitors you can play against. So how will he respond to that?
And actually, if he goes a little bit further as well, it'd be quite nice, wouldn't it, if it was Tex and Stingray. I'd like that one, of course. And let's have a little further look down the round of 16 matches you'll be treated to at home. Emre Yilmaz taking on Mark. I said that was a kind of repeat, wasn't it, from what we saw at the E-Nations as well. It was Australia taking on Denmark. Mark, can he get over this hurdle, which he hasn't been able to get over here, the round of 16, Alex?
I think he can. We were speaking to Denman, Footwiz Denman, who was in that booth with Mark throughout this tournament as well, and he was saying he fancies Mark. And obviously he's going to back his player every single time, but he says there's just something about the field with Mark right now, which Emre Yilmaz, we know the quality, the E-Champions League winner. Him in a 1v1 environment, along with Anders, is one of the scariest players for you to match up against. Mark, on the other hand, though, is a #1 ranked seed coming over from Australia. He, on his day, has got the capability to say and take that game to Emre and possibly victorious against him.
Do you as well, Aggie, feel like Mark has been building for this moment for 1v1? We've seen him in the E-Club, of course, with Hollywood, and then we saw him last week as well with Australia. Do you feel like now is where he's going to really shine?
It's definitely his opportunity. He has been building up, but I don't like going against Yilmaz on this one. I think that game and the Anders game is the two most one-sided, at least pre-game. Emre won the E-Champions League. He's arguably the second biggest favorite here coming into the competition. I just don't see him miss out on this game.
Well, still obviously 2 legs of FIFA to go, because that is what we're watching here at Knockouts. But quick word, guys, on the hometown hero as well. Abu Maka going up against Manu Bashir. Is it going to favour the guy with all the support behind him, Alex?
Yes, of course, having that crowd there. They're so noisy for these players in a situation that they probably don't find themselves in many times. I think for Manu, it's about him going out there, making it uneasy for these fans. Can he go 1 or 2-0 up? And then, yes, he might be the one to go through. But, on the other hand, as he starts off exactly how I said he needs to start. And then Manu's on favourite.
Well, even with the crowd against him, Manu Bashir has come out firing. And on that note, let's go over to Richard Buckley and Mike Labelle, who will be loving what we just witnessed there.
Oh, what a start that is for the young Dutchman, Manu Bashir. 1-0 up against the hometown crowd and the hometown favourite in Abu Makr. All of our round of 16 matches, should I say, about to be underway. Mark 11 versus Emre Yilmaz, D. Fernandez versus Anders Vergang, and PH versus Tex, all getting kicked off. What a start for Manu Bashar, Mike.
When I said this yesterday as well, when you look at Group D, we talked about the group of death, Manu Bashar is the leading goal scorer in that group. He's going to go forward, but he will also give you opportunities to score goals. He puts a lot of body. You can see the commitment here. So there's going to be a lot of counterattacking space, and you do not want to allow Abu Makr to get going. Not with the crowd here. Everybody's in-house.
Yeah, as soon as this crowd get up, the 10% hometown buff gets activated.
Might be more than 10%. This is a pretty intimidating group. We can barely hear ourselves talk on the couch.
They'll start booing Manu Bashar as well as soon as he gets possession of the ball. But he is 1-0 up, and he's looking good. Abu Makr with plenty to do. Let's just see how this attack does play out. We'll head on over to PH and Tex. What a game this is right now. And I went back in time. I crunched the numbers from FIFA 18 all the way to FIFA 23. In 1v1 elimination matches, so we're talking knockout play in the bracket, Tex has played 10 Brazilians. He is 10-0, but there is looking to be a 1 next to that name in PH. Maybe his toughest Brazilian opposition he's ever faced over the last 6 years of competitive FIFA. He's flawless in knockout play in 1v1 matches against Brazilian opposition.
And even with all the compliments that we give towards Anders or Yilmaz, even Stingray, who's kind of been joining that conversation. I was going to say quietly, but not really. We've been talking about him a lot. PHN might be the most informed. Back-to-back E-Nation winner. That was the previous competition, of course. Carry that momentum, carry that confidence. I talked to him before he came into the Group D. He said he's getting out of it. He did get out of it. This is a difficult matchup for Tex.
Only Tex in a difficult matchup right now. There's a difficult matchup for an Aussie who is taking on the ECL champion, the one and only Emre Yilmaz. And Mark 11 does find himself 1-0 down to the Dutchman. I tell you what, both D. Fernandez and Mark 11, you're playing Anders and Emre, just two machines.
I don't envy their position.
Oh. And he finished third in the group. He didn't finish fourth, Mark. Speaking of Anders, here he is in action. This would be the shock of the round, it has to be said, if D. Fernandez was able to knock Anders Vergang out of the FIFAe World Cup.
And Vergang and Yilmaz sharing that compelling attack. You don't know where it's coming from, but you know that it's going to be on the horizon. It always shows up. They have so many different weapons and capabilities in terms of the step overs, the extra passes. They can change and shift their game. I don't think you'll see it as much from Vergang with the cross, but sometimes Yilmaz will whip in some of those crosses. He's known for the long shot, maybe the best at taking that power shot in particular. The way that he introduces it, it even comes out with cancellations.
A very, very deep toolbox, it has to be said. Not just a screwdriver, a hammer, but maybe even a wrench in there.
Just thinking he's got a large and in-charge shed.
He's got a spirit level.
Backyard.
He's got a spirit level. He's that balanced in his FIFA gameplay. D. Fernandez going forward. Can he create the first chance of this opening leg? He's going to, and forces a good save.
I'm gonna start calling him utility man. You need a tire change, you can make the phone call.
Just going to see this corner coming in here from D. Fernandez. It's a player lock to the near post. It's a header, and it's a good save. We have had an opening goal between PH Zin, the Brazilian, and the Englishman, Tex. And it's gone to the man representing Ajax, Milinkovic-Savic, getting highest above everyone else in the box, and PH Zin leads 1-0.
Smooth execution there. Well done on the isolation. Trigger the run with Savic. Let him use that 6'8" frame. Powerful player. We've talked about it time and time again. He's really taken over in the midfield, or even if you use him as a center back, not only what he can do on the offensive end with some of these looping runs or triggered runs or set pieces, but even more so, we're not seeing Ruud Gullit as often. We're not seeing, even Jude Bellingham's a little bit different. He sometimes is part of that partnership.
We'll see this chance coming in here from Tex, only as far. Can't create past the 18-yard box. We have had a second goal between Manu Bashar and Abu Maka, and it's gone the Dutchman's way. Near post, makes it look simple.
Lovely to let that pass as well. A little dummy run, extra step, near post, as you were saying, perfect finish, low driven. It's the best way to quiet the crowd.
It certainly is. We've seen plenty of goals so far in this second round of 16 matches, and every goal so far has been scored by a player from Group D. Manu Bashar is making the crowd ever so quiet.
Oh no. If you're an Abu Maka fan, at least there's 2 legs here. You just got to get something going. You still got time to work with.
Game could be done by the second leg. Carries on like this, it'll be 7-up.
You got to be careful.
Here is Abu Maka. Just needs to get something back in this game, get the crowd going, get just a little bit of confidence. You've been blown away in the opening 40 minutes. Still goalless between D. Fernandez and Anders Vergang. We're just approaching half-time in this game, and the trend has been broken because we've got a goal from outside Group D between Emre Yilmaz and Mark 11. The Aussie answering back for Team Footwiz. And this right here would be a shock, Mike, if Mark wants to win.
I'll rebrand if you like. Still a lot of FIFA to be played in this one, nearing halftime. And I'm telling you, something about those Australian winters, all these guys come ready to play. I think they're staying inside a little bit more. They're not distracted.
He's going to get the last chance of the half as well, Mark 11. Into Pele. What does he have down the byline? Lovely step overs, looking to create, getting to the byline, the danger area! Wow. And Mark 11 makes it look easy.
And hand clap everywhere. You see the fake body feints. You see the executions with the step over, buying time, finding the gap. He's moving those defensive players around so well. That's why you have these setups with the skills and these small maneuvers. We talk about intangibles all the time. It's not just doing skills to do skills. You have to have a plan of action. And very purposeful, and definitely against the grain, at least if we're talking about favoritism on paper.
As we approach half-time, PH leading 1-0 up against Tex. Plenty of FIFA left to be played. Sees that more there on the coaching device. We'll break that down very shortly indeed, as Anders Vergang took him 40 minutes, a green time finish past the keeper, and he leads against D. Fernandez. Just approaching half-time on this one. You're not reading too much into the first 45s other than Manu Bashar?
I was going to say, we got to talk about that one at least, but typically speaking, and you and I have commentated over many, many games over multiple years. We spent too much time together.
We do, yeah.
Frankly,
I agree.
Too much time together. But it's not the first leg that's normally the decider. A lot comes down to that second leg. Adjustments are being made. Some players, and I'll use Tex as an example here, he's known as a slow starter. He's always been a second leg player. Whatever adjustment periods happen, you got Zach Moore over there. You hired him, you put him into motion, let him do his job. I saw he had the iPad or the notebook. He had all sorts of things happening. There was a real halftime discussion, an intervention, an intermission.
There was all of that and more as we get on board with the second half. Still,
they're just kicking off. They had some time there.
3 quarters left to play, you could say, of these two-legged affairs. We've already seen penalties today to separate a round of 16 exit and a quarter-final upcoming. PH will be more than happy with Nick the Hammer behind him, leading 1-0. I also think PH coming into this game, a lot of people might think Tex is the favourite. I don't think PH cares. I think in his eyes, he's the favourite. He's lifted somewhere more recently, and he's the player, you could argue, better in form.
And that's dangerous. Beautiful splitting pass. A little bit of that slight hesitation on purpose from PH just to see if he can sniff out the goalkeeper movement. Does a good job scoring and converting on that near post. And he's up 2-0.
So we join Manu Bashar here, looking to get a fourth. Abu Maka defends well. At what point in this first leg, if Manu Bashar was to get a couple more goals, does the second leg become...
Don't manifest that.
...quote-unquote irrelevant? Is it 5-0?
I'd even go as far as saying 4-goal spreads going into the second leg. Going to be a big issue, a big problem. I don't know if you're going to see that type of fall apart. Not in this year's game.
He needs one back, does Abu Makar. He needs one now. Lovely build-up around the box. Good save. We actually commentated a 4-0 to 4-4. RB Leipzig team footwiz.
I remember that.
Yeah, fondly.
Not fondly.
I play it every night before I go to bed.
I remember the details of that matchup. They did it in less time as well. That was not a two-legged affair.
Speaking of team footwiz, Mark 11, 3-1 up.
You wouldn't have predicted that. And I'm just going to say, this Australian initiative, these new Aussies, they've been getting out of the groups. We haven't had a deep run just yet. This could be the time, and what a time it would be at the pinnacle event.
And if there's one man to do it, he has been the man in Australia. 3 FGX qualifier wins, all 3 FIFA E majors. He has been electric when it comes to this year in FIFA esports. We saw a glimpse of it last year with Direwolves, the team of the season cup, making a deep run, losing in the final to Team Heretics. We saw it at the Club World Cup, getting out of the group in a very sort of tough manner. This guy on your screen is a serious, not only Oceania FIFA player, but on the global stage, he does the business. And this right here would be a win that fuels you to potentially go on and win the whole thing.
He's joining that worldwide discussion. I wonder if we can maybe add him to the U.S. roster. I know that he has, I don't know the backstory all the way, but I know he's got some American origin.
I don't think you're having that. He's already played for Australia a week ago.
Hey, hold on. We're working right now. We'll do late recruits.
He's already capped. You can't have him. You'll have Jamono on you if you carry on. Anders Vergang, 1-0 up against D. Fernandez. We painted the picture that this would be the shock of the round if D. Fernandez was able to truly dethrone the favourite, it has to be said, to lift this trophy in Anders Vergang. About 8 days ago, he was lifting the Club World Cup alongside Umut, and he's looking to keep that FIFAe World Cup in the hands of RB Leipzig.
What a year that would be.
Oh.
It would go down in history.
The best from an organisation or a club ever.
I'd say even from an individual. Name someone who would have had a better year winning 2 majors. He was also there for ECL. We saw him in the EA Sports Cup. A lot of space to work with.
He's got a chance to go 2-0 up here, does Anders Vergang. Ball rolls the keeper. Maybe the wrong decision. He couldn't quite execute the space around it, but carry on. I mean, you're painting this picture of Anders' achievements this season.
I'm just looking. You got to talk about it a little bit. I don't know that we can credit him for some of the virtual Bundesliga because they have to have some sort of swap there, especially when he gets into the 2v2s, just from a rule standpoint. But I'd agree with you. When you look at RB Leipzig and you look at Anders' season in particular, name a more successful club, name a more successful organization, name a more successful individual if he were to carry on and win a FIFAe World Cup.
It's certainly in the conversation. It has to be said.
His rookie year. He wasn't able to compete before we knew about him. We're very aware of him. But it's got to be said, we have not seen him in LAN events till this season, and boy, would he have delivered.
A man who is also delivering right now is Manu Bashar, leading 4 goals to 0 against Abu Makar. He is making this look easy. Abu Makar topped the group. He's supposed to have a quote-unquote favourable tie here. And he is getting put to the back of the queue.
He's not done. He's not done.
Could be a 5th here.
Yeah, it is.
And it is a 5th.
Oh my goodness.
This is ridiculous.
This is done. You're right. You asked, at what point would this be over? I think 5-0 going into the second leg. There's not enough time.
Another man who is looking to end the tie after 1 leg is Mark 11, who is 4-1 up against Emre Yilmaz.
Get out the telestrator, the breakdown board, call Alex up. Put that into motion. I need that on an instant replay. You don't see the roulette. It might have been a flare roulette that he brought into play there. Unusual positioning. That's
confidence.
A telltale, yeah, I was going to say, that's a telltale sign of you're feeling good, you're feeling cozy, you're feeling comfortable. And who would have thought that Yilmaz might be going home early as Manu Bashar carries the torch for the Dutch.
Incredible. The man who is carrying Brazil right now, PHZ. 2-0 up against Tex. Granted, this was only the first leg. However, a third goal could be detrimental to Texas' tournament here.
The only match going as planned, as expected, probably Vergang.
Yeah, 1-0 up.
1-0 up, and we talk so much about his offense and the way that he scores goals. It makes you uncomfortable, but defensively, it's got to be said, Anders is a complete package.
He's the press, in which it's just stifling. It really is.
You pulled out. That's the way to describe it. You've never felt this type of pressure until you've gone up against Anders.
It was like the first day I walked outside in Riyadh. I just couldn't deal with the heat. And that is what you get when you come up against Anders Vergang. Final few minutes here.
The Vergang desert press. Understood. Understood. Give him some hydration.
Gets in, looking to get a third. Whipped into the box. He's going to get there in front of the goalkeeper. And that could be huge for PSG. Movement forward in the FIFAe World Cup. He is 3-0 up against Tex. These first legs, there's only one game that's competitive. Manu Bashar is 6-0 up.
Stop it.
Against Abu Makar. He's just, you just can't do that. And his head's gone. He's gone.
I can't believe what we're watching. We don't see this in competitive FIFA.
You don't.
World stage. We're at the round of the 16. This is the best 16 players in the world.
We're going to see a final opportunity here for Manu to go 7-0 up. Cuts it back into the box. Can't execute on this time. One fist bump behind him to Renzo. He's in the quarterfinals.
I'm at a loss for words. It just does not happen. Typically, as you progress in tournaments, games get cagier and cagier. We've been here. We talk about it. And goals don't usually fly in. People are a little more nervous, a little shakier. You don't have the same skill execution. Everybody's risk adverse. What happened? Nobody got the memo.
The only game we've got here is Anders and Di Fernandez, which is only 1-0.
And this is probably a game that you thought would have the spread.
Yeah.
If there was a game to choose, you'd say, all right, Anders is going to put some goals by Mr. Fernandez. And that's no disrespect to Fernandez.
And he could get an equaliser here, Di Fernandez. Good defending from Anders. That will do us for the first leg of FIFA. Mark 11 and Emre Yilmaz 4-1 at this current juncture with 10 minutes left to play. A fifth goal, again, could be detrimental.
Fifth goal?
For
I can't believe we're saying that. Fifth goal.
FIFAe World Cup.
Yilmaz needs one more. If he can get this back to 4-2, it gives him a little more hope. Gives him something to work with. Gives him belief.
Just building up here, Emre Yilmaz. 5 minutes left on the clock. We're not going to see a play for last attack here. He's going to try and get a goal and maybe even a second before the full-time whistle. Travella on the edge of the box. The rebound falls nicely for Mark 11. He player looks out of danger and moves the entire team forward.
Man, you got to talk about the confidence. Mark's doing everything right.
You see that driven pass into the space, extra pass into...
What a goal!
Mark 11's...
Just break the whole thing down!
Fifth!
And this is top quality. I mean, premium stuff here, Rich. Look at the player lock out of the back from the defensive side. That starts that. Then you have an outlet pass. You bait the defensive step over the top through ball. Beautiful driven pass. 1-2 exchange. Green time finish. You read the goalkeeper movement.
Even the thing that impressed me the most was the 1-2.
Yeah.
So I thought he went too early and then just, you can have it back. Green time finish.
He's seeing better than 2020. This is 40-40. Hope that's going in the right direction.
He's getting 40K if he wins this game.
He deserves it. We talk about Yilmaz's attack. Where has this came from with Mark?
He's made him look ordinary, which is something nobody has really been able to do this entire year. We are shell-shocked.
And he's deserved it. I mean, I wrote a lot of notes here. I'm just going to start throwing them around.
You don't need them. Tear them up. Tear them up.
Nothing went by any of the metrics that we had to measure, the results that we had previously. Maybe the Anders result. That's it.
So let's have a look at the last two goals from Mark 11, the fourth and the fifth. Talk me through what we're seeing here.
I'd love to. So you see the build-up. taking advantage of that end line. Little ball roll, re-angle, step over, why not? Extra pass, absolutely there. You don't do that, you don't see that. It's unusual, it's unorthodox. Way to take them on, challenge them with the roulette. This is even better if you have it earlier on. The player lock out of the back is so special. And the 1-2 exchange there, goalkeeper's out of position. You read the goalkeeper movement, that slight hesitation, and then R9 steps, puts his foot through it. Green time, that's what I'm trying to say. This is not a fluke.
No.
This is not an accident. I don't even know if Yilmaz could have done that much better on some of these defensive plays. It was just better offense.
So the question now.
What did he eat today? That's the question.
It wasn't that.
Okay, my bad.
The question was.
What was the pre-match routine? I want it. I want them taking it.
Manu Bashir versus Abu Maka. In my opinion.
This is the most dominant performance we've seen in the first, like 6-0.
Finished.
6-0.
Emre Yilmaz trailing by 4. Doable?
No.
No. Okay.
Unless Mark would have to put the controller down.
Tex against PHN, 3-0 down.
I don't think so either. Especially not that PHN scores in the 90th minute. That just hurts your heart, your FIFA soul.
So, Dave Fernandez versus Anders Ergang, 1-0 to Anders.
The one matchup you didn't think would be shaky, there might be something there. D. Fernandez had some good opportunities too on the edge of the box.
He did.
Potential breakthroughs.
Just have a look at the bracket here. Manu Bashir plays RVP Legend. You can pretty much write that in. Pencil it in, because he's 6-0
You want me, I'm getting the okay? You see my notes are everywhere. I don't know what to do.
Oberon up against Anders Vergang at this current juncture. However, that game is still in the balance. D. Fernandez is only 1-0 down. On the other side of the bracket, Montaxa goes through, and he will be playing, as it stands, Mark 11.
And shout out to Montaxa, making that difficult, took advantage against Johnny. These are the question marks that I brought up yesterday, and I didn't mean it in a way of being a pessimist, but we didn't have as much track record. We didn't have the same metrics. We didn't have the same competitive history for Johnny. Even though he looked amazing in day 1 and day 2, you saw he struggled. He didn't have the same flow when it came to a two-legged affair.
And then you've got Stingray, who is in a quarterfinal. He will be taking on, as it stands, PH Zin. One of RVP Legend, Manu Bashir, Oberon, or Anders/D Fernandez makes a grand final. On the other side of it, Montaxa, Mark 11, PH Zin, or Stingray makes a grand final.
And I'd love for Tex to make some sort of epic comeback. And if it stayed at 2-0, I would believe in it full-heartedly.
He's got to score first.
I don't love that he conceded, and I really don't love that he conceded in the 90th minute. I just, being there, being in those positions, again, it really hurts your optimism.
2-0 fills you with a lot of confidence. 3-0.
Especially if you're not playing well. You're not playing well, you're down 2 goals, you're saying, I can still do this. I can still work this out. Let me take a moment.
Well, I'll let you have a moment, Mike. Talk me through the goals. That was the first one, Milinkovic-Savic, header over the top of the goalkeeper.
We saw that live, isolated the matchup. PHN not done working. Unfortunately, bad defensive play there. Pulls one of the midfielders out of position. You dump it off.
You see the injury time.
Yeah. I don't love the goalkeeper there. Again, 90th minute, you can't concede that. You just can't. And I'm not trying to be the bearer of bad news, especially for all the Tex fans, myself included. I want to see him make that a little more interesting, keep it funky. You know, a little bit of that back and forth. He's got that perfect record in competitive history against Brazilians, but he is going to need to be, and I'm talking about Tex here, perfect to have a chance to create some sort of comeback. And PHN
has to play poorly.
Yes. I was going to say, I don't know if he needs to fall apart, but he has to play poorly. Well below his standard.
Which he's shown no evidence of doing.
He's still got the best celebration of the last couple of weeks. He scored the equalizer, wasn't even the winner. Equalizer, then he vanished. I don't know where he went. He just took off running. Do you remember on the stage? I'm still unsure where. I think he jumped in somebody else's pod.
Well, players are starting to take their seats here for the second legs of action. You're seeing Abu Makr on your screen there. If he was to turn this around, he is the holder of the greatest comeback in FIFA esports history against Manu Bashir. And this crowd would go absolutely wild. However, we've watched a lot of FIFA esports, but I don't know if...
Bring on the constant press.
It is possible. It could end up...
It could get uglier.
High scoring.
It could get uglier.
You know he's got to go for it. He's 6-0 down. We are underway in the second legs here. Manu Bashir from right to left, and from left to right, all in white, will be Abu Makr. Early chance there for Manu. He's not letting up one bit. All other 3 round of 16 matches are underway as well. We'll head on over to Anders Vergang and Di Fernandez.
I'd be interested in watching a lot of the Yilmaz matchup. I have a feeling Yilmaz is going to give us something to work with. He's got a lot to do, and it's on cue. It's on point. Something's already happened in that game. I'm telling you, Yilmaz offensively has caused so many problems throughout his 1v1 success this year. Could be the tale of 2 legs.
Certainly could be. We'll see that goal right now. Let's have a look at it, because it did come, and it came early.
First attack. For
Emre Yilmaz. We're just going to watch this out here from Anders Vergang, then we'll head on over. It doesn't fall to him, so let's jump over to Emre Yilmaz and Mark 11. It was 5-1 coming into this second leg. He gets the ball out wide, recycles the possession. Great work on the byline, it has to be said. It's going to come across. It's going to come across. There it is, Thierry Henry.
There's so much happening in that. If you really want to recirculate, as the crowd does go a little bit wild here. She's like jumping around. It goes mild, wild and mild. They definitely have hope. Something must have happened behind us.
It's been an early goal, and it's fallen to Abu Maka. The scoreline 6-1 right now. Good work inside the box.
Lovely.
Finished at the near post.
Could you imagine if everyone forges some sort of crazy comeback in the second leg?
I don't know if I'd be able to cope.
I'm still stuck on the Yilmaz goal too. What an opener. If you talk about the left stick dribbling, you got the La Croqueta cancellation with the pass, you got the extra ball roll, and you have the finish on the near post. A lot of intricacies.
Anuba Shaw looking to re-establish his 6th goal cushion. Doesn't on this occasion, and Abu Maka will come forward. There's been a goal between Anders Vergang and Di Fernandez, and it's fallen to the Great Dane. Reversal has to go inside the box, finds the top corner, and Anders leads 2-0.
Just so shifty. Stop, pop, reversal has to go. Got the momentum of the players on the defensive end going the wrong way. You go opposite, you create something special. Mbappe hammers it home.
We've had another goal between Tex and PhD. Is the comeback on the cards? I hear you ask at home. The answer for all the Tex fans out there is no. PhD has gone 4-0 up on aggregate.
Early it can't be.
And looks to be moving into the quarter-finals. You might have heard a little bit of noise from behind us.
The crowd's getting less mild. You call it mild, it's getting less mild.
Anders lovely play inside the box. There was a second goal.
It's still early.
Against Manu Bashar. Abu Maka now 6-2. A 4-goal swing is needed.
It would be the greatest comeback. It's got to be said. 6 goals in one leg. He needs at least 3 to make it a conversation in the first half.
At what point Manu Bashar scored?
Oh, curse of the commentator.
I was about to say, at what point does Manu Bashar start getting a bit worried, but he's got another one.
Looks like a calm down from the back is there from Renzo. You look at some of these hand mannerisms. That's what they're telling me, at least. I'm telling you, I think we should glance in at this Yilmaz game. It's 5-2. He's already got the early goal. If he gets one more here, he starts to put a little more pressure on Mark.
Just on board here with Abu Maka and Manu Bashar. 5 goals needed for Abu Maka as PhD leads 5-0. He picked him up before the game to Spain. He said he was top 3 players in the tournament, and right now PhD could be going back-to-back FIFAe Nations Cup and FIFAe World Cup. Di Fernandez getting one back against Anders Vergang, 2-1. Di Fernandez still in the game. We could be in a situation where Tex, Emre Yilmaz, the home favourite Abu Maka, and potentially Anders Vergang go out. If Di Fernandez could do something historic.
These new players are fearless. It's got to be said. And this new Portuguese group as well. We didn't know a lot about Di Fernandes. We didn't know as much about the likes of Darkley. We always focus on and kind of build the storylines and the success stories of Tuga, who's been eliminated. I actually thought that he was going to make a run in that game versus RVP. Some lightly strong words, shall we say, from RVP as well. I think for better or for worse, he might have called him boring.
I think you can read a lot into that. A bit more at face value.
Might have been the nicest way of saying that.
I don't like the way you play.
Correct. I was just wondering if you heard what I heard.
We've got a goal back in the Tex and PH Zing game. Now 5-1.
It's down 4.
30 minutes on the clock in this particular matchup. Build up, getting a nice rebound, and Tex slams it in at the near post. Heading back on over to the game that is the closest goal margin. And Di Fernandes, since scoring, has to be said, is coming back into this game.
I'm not just trying to get a headline statement, but the argument you made about Anders' career, and if he were to win the FIFAe World Cup and having the E-Club multi-majors, same season, never happened before, I think we also have to bring that conversation, that same narrative to PHN. Back-to-back E-Nations. If he gets a FIFAe World Cup, we saw him at the E-Libertadores. He didn't win in that, but he was there. He was in the finals.
Lost on penalties. Approaching half-time here between Anders Vergang and Di Fernandes.
You're hearing what I'm expressing. I just think I want to be fair here. Already signed another contract with Ajax. Definitely going to see him in action next year.
That will do us for half-time. Jump on over to Tex and PH Zin. Since that goal, Tex has had a decent amount of the ball. Not been able to register anything super clean cut as of yet. We're joining this game live right now with Tex in the ascendancy. Ronaldinho dispossessed in a very offensive position. And I just think it's probably too big of a goal swing needed in too little time for Tex. He would have to score probably a goal every 7-8 minutes in game.
It's a big ask.
And you're also relying on PH in not playing poorly at this point, but capitulating.
I'm just going to sprinkle some doubt in there, or sprinkle some hope as well. The Yilmaz game, he's up 2-0 versus Mark. It's not even halftime yet. It's 5-3 on aggregate.
Chance here for Tex.
Oh, he's got to convert
save.
that. He's got to convert from there.
He will get the corner, and that will do us for the first half. Just got into a pause. You wanted to see Emre Yilmaz and Mark 11. Let's head on over. 5-3. If there was one game that you thought wasn't over yet, it was this one. As Emre Yilmaz gets a third on the stroke of half-time and goals within touching distance of Mark 11.
Well, I told you, I don't think Mark could have played better in that first leg, but this is a horror of a position to go up.
And Emre probably couldn't play worse.
Nah. It's, as you see Manu Bashir adding to it, this one's a handshake, done, dusted. Unexpected to see so many goals flying in. I'm actually surprised this entire round. We usually don't have these types of high-scoring affairs. Maybe in a group stage, maybe early on in the tournament, but not when we're talking about these elimination games.
Just about to get into half-time here between Anders and Di Fernandes. Oh, sorry, we've just come out of half-time. Still within one. Di Fernandes. Anders just giving the ball away. A couple of mistakes coming out from Vergang. We'll be keeping our eyes on this game. However, the comeback of the round has to be with the Champions League winner and champion, Emre Yilmaz. He's up against Mark 11. Mark was leading 5 goals to 1. Chance for Di Fernandes. The goalkeeper movement is immaculate.
What a mistake. What an error. Great offense there from Di Fernandes.
So we jump back on board here with Di Fernandes. Another chance. The goalkeeper movement again. 2 golden opportunities.
everything's unfolding. I'm surprised to see this many defensive errors from Anders.
Mark 11 just needs to get a bit of confidence running through him right now.
Oh, what a good idea. What a great read. Goalkeeper comes out. Didn't get the swerve or the curvature that was necessary there, the trajectory. I think we have to give Yilmaz even an early hand clap. The fact that he's been able to pull 3 goals back in the second leg, first half. Remarkable. Unusual.
He should take a little bit of help from
he doesn't have to rush. He doesn't have to rush anything now.
His Dutch teammate in Manu Bashar, who is now 10-2 up on aggregate.
10!
4-2 in the second leg.
We're gonna, saw 10!
We're going to stay away from that game because the tie is finished.
10 in FIFA 23.
How many again?
10! In the FIFAe World Cup, biggest moment of your career. Wow.
Emre Yilmaz has been building into this game. He's putting the final few touches on what would be a fabulous turnaround.
Mark's not moving the ball the same way. You can
Ball
see
out
it.
wide, he's at the back post if he goes. Goalkeeper just teased off the line. Fake shot, waiting. Take the corner.
Mark's trying to level the storm, but I'm feeling lightning. I'm hearing thunder.
Edge of the box, couple of step overs right down the throat of Edwin van der Sar. The other matches currently 53 minutes on the clock. 5-1 PhD leading on aggregates. Anders Vegan, D Fernandez, Anders 2-1 up. 60 minutes on the clock. As we just told you, Abu Maka and Manu Bashar, 10 goals to 2.
10.
Mark, edge of the box. Needs a goal just to settle himself back into this tie. The possession turned over. And Emre Yilmaz will stream white shirts forward.
A lot of space to work with here, especially out wide. Runs are getting triggered.
Beautiful driven pass into the heart. The defence has opened up.
Wow.
And Emre Yilmaz, from 5-1 down, levels the tie at 5 apiece. This man is not human.
I can't believe it. We talked about it at the first leg, saying a lot of these matches wrapped up. I didn't think 4 goals, that he could do it. I stand corrected. I owe Yilmaz an apology. I did sense something was in the air. A certain Yilmaz aroma.
And Mark's giving the ball away straight from kickoff.
Oh no.
Emre to make it 6. Oh, he passed it across. What a chance.
Oh.
Incredible drama on the main stage. This is only a round of 16 game. Think what the quarterfinals are going to bring you. Mark 11, 1 touch around the box.
It's better for Mark.
I just like that little bit of play there. That
little tiki-taka passing move.
Yeah.
Had a certain flow. We always talk about the importance of rhythm.
Emre could be in. It's a long one over the top. It's Jude Bellingham. Good defending from De Ligt.
Goes with a fake shot there. Tries to realign himself. Probably the right matchup to kind of challenge if you're chasing back. Jude doesn't have the same types of agility or offensive characteristics. Still very valuable going forward, but it's different than the likes of an R9 or an Mbappe.
Mark 11, aren't you? Potentially, I'll stop that conversation right there because he's got a chance. Get into the byline. What can he offer? Cut back. Mark 11! No reaction. But gets the big goal when he needs to.
Look at Denman. He looked at Denman, asking what to do, and Denman's hands both went up. I don't know.
Big goal between Anders Vegan and D Fernandez. And it went to the Club World Cup champion.
Oh, squeezed it out.
3-1, Anders leads.
I think Ruud Gullit had all the goals in that game.
We're going to see the final closing moments here between Abu Maka and Manu Bashar. Unfortunately for Abu Maka, he does fall out of the tournament, but what a 2.5 weeks he's had.
He qualified for all 3. Give him a lot of credit, and he also got out of the group in all 3 events. E-Club, E-Nations, and now in the FIFAe World Cup. But this is not the showing he wanted.
And he's got these fans with him every single step of the way. Even in defeat, they're up on their feet, supporting their local hero. You have to tip the hat to all the Saudi fans who have made it out. Big movements between PH and Fnatic Tex.
No.
5-2, 5-3.
Okay.
Tex.
How much time?
20 minutes on the clock. He's just probably looked across the stage, just seen Emre Yilmaz bring the game back. Will he do the unthinkable?
Got a chance. He's got to score
before 80.
I would say by the 80th, maybe 81st, 82nd, because that at least solidifies or guarantees that you get one more chance.
Yes.
One more chance. We've seen really top drawer, top quality game management. You might not love that wording, but it's just the reality of the game from the majority of the competitors.
Tex coming forward. Just a little snapshot there inside the box. He'll recycle possession once again through Milicevic-Savic. He makes his way into the box. Does he go for the cross? Not on this occasion. Tried disguising the pass into him, but the press seems very, very quick. Very thankfully, probably for Tex. The referee pulls it back for a free kick there.
I don't know. Maybe we would have preferred the deep looping through ball. A bit of a 50-50, shoulder. When you get these types of set pieces, it allows everyone to reset.
He's outnumbered at the back. PH to kill the game. Possession given away. Another chance squandered for the Brazilian. Mbappe. Great feet from Tex. Oh, it's 3D as well. The
Game on! Game on, Briggs!
5-4.
What are we seeing? Uh-oh. You see that head nod of confidence. You see a shift.
He knows what he needs to do.
This is that throwback.
PH looking around.
He doesn't know what he
to
is.
Nick.
Oh, my goodness.
5-4.
And he got it in the 80th
time.
minute. He got it as you asked for it. You requested it.
Plenty
you
of
put
time.
it in an order. 5-star review.
While we have
what?
A huge moment between Anders Vega and Di Fernandes. The Portuguese FIFA player gets one back. He is still in this tie at the near post. 3-2 with 5 minutes left to play. And he's got an attack. He brings numbers forwards. Di Fernandes just offside.
That was close, inches.
Incredible scenes here in the round of 16. We thought all the games were done for. And the second half of FIFA has delivered the finest of goods. Good defending from Anders. That pass maybe a little bit too telegraphed. He goes long. Petr Cech, does he win it? Klosterman comes out on top, and with 2 minutes left to play, Di Fernandes gets one more chance to take us into extra time. Pele. Good feet on the halfway line, but that's not where you want him. You want him in the final third, scoring the goals. 1 additional minute. Will Anders crumble? No, he will not. He stands firm at the back and books a quarter-final tie. Anders Vega goes through to the top 8, guaranteed, as he silences the Portuguese support here in the arena. Tex has had a
I don't think he's
magical second leg.
I don't think he's got enough time. He's gonna run this out with PH.
But with only seconds remaining, Tex does turn possession over. That pass not great into the middle of the pitch. He goes back to the corner. 2 additional minutes. PH keeping the ball in the corner. Late drama is what every single round of 16 matches offered us. PH just taking every single second out of this game clock. It will be too little too late for Tex. He will crash out of the FIFAe World Cup. PH goes through. Incredible scenes.
We didn't need a mic in there. I think you got an idea.
Certainly didn't.
Yeah,
we certainly did not.
I heard the vamos.
Mike, you wanted
I can't believe it.
Some drama.
Yeah, we got the drama.
We got lots of it. When we left, Emre Yilmaz and Mark 11. Mark was leading.
5-1 after the first
leg.
leg.
And he took that lead to the final whistle. Emre Yilmaz is out of the FIFAe World Cup. Tex is out. Abu Maka, the hometown hero, he will be no more. D. Fernandez. Tournament comes to a close. PHZ, arguably now, alongside, you would probably say, Anders, the favourite to lift this FIFAe World Cup, beating Tex. He held on in the end. It was dramatic. And that's exactly what we expected. What a game. Mike, final thoughts from the round of 16.
I'm looking forward to some of these Spencer interviews. Those are the final thoughts. Talk about two legs and completely different. I don't know where I want to say different approaches to the game, maybe with those two legs. I don't know if we've seen something like that. So much offense on each side. Unbelievable.
Well, after that, we do need a lie down, so we're going to head it over to Spencer Owen, who is joined by the man of the moment, Manu Bashaw.
Manu Bashaw, you didn't just win, you won with style. 10 goals, 10-2 was the score against the hometown hero, Abu Maka. What are you feeling?
Feeling great, obviously. We know that the job is not done for today yet, so we play a quarterfinal, I think, in half an hour or something, maybe even less. But I'm focused on that now, and hopefully I can get into the final day.
It feels like that was a moment of release for you, because I watched you in the first 2 days of group stage. I could sense the frustration. There was games that you felt you should have won. You gave up late goals. The second day, you really just squeezed through the group in the end. But when it matters, you've turned it on. Is the knockout football where you come alive? Is it the second legs? What is it?
Well, to be honest, like normally in group stage when I'm through, I don't think much of it. But in this group, it was like so tense because we had like maybe 5 or 6 potential winners of the tournament in the same group. So yeah, it made it very hard, and obviously with the tough day one where I should be maybe on 9 points after 3 games, and I'm on 5 and end the day with 6. So that didn't feel great. And then starting day 2 with 2 losses to still recover and get 7 points in the next 3 was a big relief for me and gave me a big confidence boost for this knockout stage. And yeah, hopefully I can show my level one more time today, and I'll see you hopefully tomorrow then.
You go up against RVP legend in the next round. He was the 3rd top goal scorer across all the group stage. You were the 2nd top goal scorer. Should we expect fireworks in that game?
Yeah, RVP was last year, up until last year, Team Gullit, so we know him. Obviously, he's a good guy, and of course, he had always had that attacking talent, which is sometimes at moments unstoppable. I expect a lot of goals, but you never know in these kind of games because there are a lot of nerves as well. So I'll just play my game, he will play his game, and we'll see who wins.
Good luck to you, my friend. Very impressive. 10 goals is insane. And RVP is no stranger to scoring goals, so I would expect lots of goals in that game. Manu Bashaw, obviously part of Team Gullit. His teammate, Emre Yilmaz, was defeated in the last round. Perhaps a surprise, some would say. The man that beat him, we're going to talk to now. It's Mark 11. I don't know if Mark realises this stat, but I'm going to tell him now. Mark, do you know if that round you're the only player that went through that wasn't from Group D? Shows you how strong Group D was, but it also shows you that you can hang with that sort of company.
Yeah, look, to be honest, I nearly pulled off the biggest choke in history of esports, so I'm happy I started the game off well and I defended after pretty good.
It was a roller coaster for you. You were down, then you were up quite convincingly, looking like it was a done deal. Then Emre started to come back, then you finished the job. What was going through your brain in those moments?
Look, I knew he's the best attacker in the world going into this game. I knew I could attack him because his defending is not that good from what I played. I attacked very well at the start, went 5-1 up, and then I didn't have to go 4 at the back, 5 at the back. I went 5 at the back the first half of the second leg, conceded like 3 goals straight away. And then from there, my head was gone, to be honest. I had one shot and I scored for it, and that won me the game.
So we talk a lot about your region, number 1 in the region, etc. But let's forget regions for now. This is the World Cup, right? You've qualified for all 3 events. You've got out the groups in all 3 events. You're now through to the quarterfinals. Where do you see yourself in the conversation globally?
Look, I've always seen myself as a great player. I just have always that potential. I just sometimes don't be able to reach it, but this year I've definitely reached it. I've qualified all 3 lanes, and now top 8. Already being here top 8 is already insane for me.
Montaxa stands in your way to make top 8 into a top 4. Do you know anything about the Italian? Have you got a plan for him yet?
I think I've played him about 50 times in friendlies, so I think I know how he's going to play. He likes to do through balls a lot and 5-4-1, so it'll be a tough game for sure.
listen, best of luck. Keep up the good work. Mark 11, a man always has a smile on his face, scores lots of goals, and that's sure to be another great game. Montaxa versus Mark 11 in the quarter-finals. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. And even more interesting, the fact that he said he knows exactly how he plays. Well, if they know how they play, it either goes one way, doesn't it? Either get a draw, Aggie will go extra on penalties, or someone is going to run away with it like we experienced in quite a lot of those matchups there. When you know that style of play from someone else, it doesn't always make it easier, does it?
No, it's going to be a mind game, but also think the nerve of the game and the stage of the competition will make this one game pretty unique compared to their practicing games. You can't take too much with that, and I mean, wow, I'm still blown away by the rounds we just had. It had everything, and yeah, just absolutely stunned by the amount of goals, the almost comebacks, etc.
Mike, Aggie, I'm going to get you to do a bit of math as well now. How many goals do you think we had in the first round of 16 fixtures? The first round of 16 ones, and then the second. How many do you think we were getting?
I was going to give you a total. Can I
Go
just
on
give you a
then.
total?
Yeah.
All rounds.
All the round of 16.
All the rounds that we've seen in that 16, I think we're plus 50. So I'm going to say 57 goals.
Close. Aggie?
63.
Higher still. 68, one shy of the record we set yesterday in Group C. 68 goals. We always think these are going to be cagey affairs when we get to knockouts.
In elimination FIFA, they are cagey affairs. This almost never happens. The fact that we saw 10 goals for Yilmaz. What are we watching? Unbelievable. This is not FIFA 19. That's the last time that I can remember goals flying in like this.
But then the Yilmaz-Mark matchup was incredible. The fact that we really thought the comeback was on for Yilmaz there when he was 5-1 down in that first leg, Aggie. Have you ever seen anything like that either?
No, and I haven't either. And I mean, also just the fact that he comes back and then for Mark to actually respond to that, I would be like, I wouldn't know how to react if it was me who bottled a 4 or 5 goal lead and my opponent came back in that match. I mean, wow.
It's got to be said, Mark, absolutely, cookies were crumbling, but he chefed up a second batch. Somehow he saw that out, and he was spectacular. If you watch that first leg, it is some of the best FIFA to break down, to rewatch, to replicate in terms of the goals that he created. Yilmaz wasn't that bad with his defense. It was just that good of offense, but the fact that he battled all the way back, you thought, oh, surely Yilmaz is going to see this out. He's going to be able to do this. He's going to complete the non-completable. We didn't think it was possible, but shout out to Mark.
Can I just quickly ask one more question, actually, on Denman as well? Team Footwear's here.
Did you see Denman?
I just want a word on...
He turned behind him and he said, what do I do? Denman said, I don't know. But watch that back. I've never seen coaching like that. Get a screenshot or rewatch it somewhere. Denman, I love you. But it's literally, and when he concedes the equalizer, Denman turns behind him.
But he got someone, didn't he, all the way to the final 2 weeks ago in terms of the Club World Cup, and now he's got another one of his players in the quarterfinal. He's doing something right, Mike, even if it is, I don't know what I'm doing.
He's a lad. People like being around him. I'd love to have him sit behind me when I'm playing, but I don't know if he gave me any tactical breakdowns or adjustments.
Maybe not the tactical breakdowns, but maybe he just gives you this safe environment and you feel comfortable having him behind you. It definitely gives me that impression by watching Mark. I mean, maybe he should work on some defensive tools. But, I mean, despite that, yeah, crazy. And that was just 1 out of 4 crazy games we just had.
He gives the firmest handshakes of any of the coaches. If you want a firm handshake, you call on Denman.
If you relax, though, we always say you play the best FIFA going, and Mark clearly did that. He got 6 goals there in that round of 16, but we were talking about 68 were scored. Alex going to talk us through a few of them. Alex, am I going to sit back, relax, and watch 68 here on the telestrator?
I'm definitely not going to bring you 68 goals because we'd need all night for that. And unfortunately, there is a lot of FIFA still left to be played. But Mark 11 and Denman, whatever's working for them, it is doing a job. Let's jump into Mark 11 up against Emre Yilmaz. How did he score so many goals against the E-Champions League winner? Look at the drive from Hakimi here, identifying that there is so much space for him to move into. So it's about, can we take the opponent on and get into that byline position? Lovely little bit of a shimmy with that left stick dribbling, and then going all the way into that byline position, and then this little movement from Mark is next level. We see it so many times, that pass off across comes into this area. This is what Emre Yilmaz is wary of. So he's just ever so slightly moving into that position to cover that. Instead, Mark goes for the roulette and then finds that finish easy as you like. And that wasn't it. Yes, he had to make sure and hold his nerve, but the 1-2 coming through with Mbappe and then out to the wing. I'm going to talk to you about change of tempo here. What do I mean by that? It's about, if we can get into this area on the edge of the 18-yard box, can we look for first-time passes? Can we be quick and direct? R9 linking up with Pogba, the 1-2, and then the green time finish. Confidence through from Mark. And it's not just confidence on Mark's end, it's also Anders Verjgang saying, I have sent Ruud Gullit on a run. How can I get Ruud Gullit to go and drive into the space? He has got the whole half to work with. And it's about saying, can I get the opponent's defender to be aggressive? Can they step up in that department? And well, Di Fernandez decides to do that. The lovely little bit of left stick dribbling to evade that challenge, playing the pass through to Gullit, and then what have we got? Of course, it's Anders Verjgang. It is the green time across the face of goal. PH Zin, another player that scored goals in the group stage. Tex nearly coming back into that comeback in the knockouts of the round of 16. Again, change of tempo. You notice that first time pass coming across from R9, and then just being direct with it. Don't hesitate. Let's get the ball out of our feet and let's get that strike away. A fantastic finish from Pele. And yes, there was more goals from the man from Brazil. PH Zin laying that one off. First time into Bellingham. Let's give credit, because as that ball comes across there, yes, he has two options. He can go up, he can go down. This is so difficult now for Tex. It's a complete gamble. Does he go left, does he go right? It's a 50-50. When you can get into these positions, out from the wing, reversing it back into the middle here, you give yourself the freedom and that space. And then yes, the goalkeeper movement, Bellingham laying it back off, and Musiala there. And obviously, the man that pushed 10 past his opponent in Abomaka, Manu. How did he do it? And I'm going to say it one more time for you, change of tempo, being quick, laying the ball back, and then let's go, let's bang, let's try and flick that switch to catch the opponent off. Lovely little bit of footwork, and then into R9 and the low driven, which is one of the best ways to finish inside that 18-yard box. If the defender's in the way, let's take out that by getting into the goal. Rachel, I'm so excited for these remaining quarterfinals. Let's see what the action brings us.
Possibly not 68 goals, but who knows? Stranger things have happened there. Obviously, Alex was just showing us again through the amazing matchup between Abomaka and Manu Bashir there. 10-2, remember, that one finished. We've already chatted a little bit about that one. Mike saying, once again, how many goals did Manu score, Mike?
10.
10!
10.
10. 10. Just so you remember, 10. Double figures.
Digits doesn't happen. It doesn't happen, okay?
That's why I'm really so excited about it. I want, though, to just say how well I feel Di Fernandez played. I mean, this is a young 18-year-old in his first World Cup here, coming from Portugal, representing Diogo Jota's esports, and he took it all the way to arguably one of the best players we are currently witnessing in this game.
That's not arguably. Even objectively, he's one of the best players in terms of the results. If we're going to measure who's the best by performance, which we should. And you could argue that he deserved to take that game to extra time as well. He had the chances. There's some fantastic moments of goalkeeper movement from Anders that put him into a position in order to kind of see out that matchup.
I mean, definitely in that second leg as well, you felt like Di Fernandez is really in control. I don't know what the possession was, but I feel like he had quite a lot of it.
Yeah, I think he was really well prepared coming into the match against Anders. He had a clear game plan of how to kind of take the game on his premises, and he did a lot of things right, but as Mike said, he had those two crucial chances that he just missed, and it was amazing goalkeeper movement as well from Anders, which is one of the things he's also one of the greatest at. And if he had that maybe experience of just ice in the veins, he could have taken it to extra time.
Yeah, the least amount of goals scored in that matchup as well. It was a close affair, but in the end, so were the other matchups as well. PH Zin and Tex in the end, 5-4. Tex got 4 goals back, and Mike, it seemed to Tex like he believed maybe if it had gone again to extra time, he would have taken that one. He only really started to believe when he got that 4th goal, didn't he?
We can question the game of hypotheticals and what coulda, shoulda, maybe could have been, whatever it might be, but for Tex, the reality is he got off to too poor of a start. He didn't have enough time. He ran out of time to make that comeback. And I think you have to give so much credit to PH Zin. He brought it to him. You saw the celebration at the end. That's a massive result. And again, up to this point, competitive history, 10-0 for Tex versus Brazilians. Well, now 10-1.
Do you think Tex gave too much respect to PH Zin there when he was speaking to Spencer? I said, oh, maybe that was just Tex trying to play himself down, but maybe he truly believed PH Zin was the top 3 players in the world, and he believed that, and that kind of got the better of him.
No, I just feel like when you're coming into these knockout stages, and I think it's a general theme of the first round here today, that you can't get down with 3 or 4 goals in the first leg. It's just not going to work for you. You have to work so hard, you have to dig so deep in order to get back, that you lose that extra kind of energy that you need in order to win these cagey games. So that's the ground rule, and if you can't keep that rule, then you're going out of the competition at this level.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of players, of course, have exited the competition already today. And we know, don't we, how tough it is to be a professional sports player. And arguably, it's even more difficult as well to be an individual esports player, as we're about to find out.
FIFA can be a strange game sometimes. Sometimes you do everything almost 99% correct, but you don't score.
When I was younger, all I ever did was just I play, I'll travel to a tournament, and I'll come home, I play, I travel to a tournament. I didn't really have like much friends in my area, so I didn't talk to anyone. And it's just such like a negative place to be in, because like, I go to a tournament, I got all the pressure on me to win, I come back home, and then like there's no out of the headspace.
When you lost, you feel away from home. You don't have maybe the passion of your families, of your relatives.
If we talk about lose and stuff, I'm really emotional. Like, why? You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to push myself to be better, to don't feel like that again. Every player has to find their own way in that sense. They have to balance their own life. Maybe you need more practice, maybe you need less practice, maybe you need more like be social, but yeah, you have to find your own balance.
Basically, if you ever start to feel yourself hating what you're doing, just like have mental health problems and stuff, just try and take a step back and just find stuff you enjoy.
It's so difficult to live off FIFA. You have to be one of the best in the world, and we made a lot of sacrifice for that. You have to spend a lot of time doing FIFA. Maybe the people don't understand how much we care of this game, and so I don't want that past the concept that everyone can do this. But if you have talent, you have to believe in yourself and try. This is our possibility to show our skill, to show the world how much we care.
Really interesting piece there, and I'm joined now by Mike, Jay, who I want to talk to about it. Obviously, Mike, we saw you exit the competition yesterday. First of all, I don't think we spoke to you since that happened, so what are your first thoughts on that?
Oh, look, 3 points, 0 wins. Wasn't my best showing, wasn't the way I wanted to go out, but so many good players here, and I'm just happy to be here, to be honest.
And you talked a lot about maybe this being your last tournament. Is that confirmed? Is this an official retirement for you now? What's the future hold?
Yeah, no, I'm definitely done. I got too many other things going on, but definitely looking for like work still in the FIFA industry, maybe in a different sort of capacity, maybe coaching or just somewhere behind the scenes. But just don't really have the time to be playing or have the time to play enough to be at that top level anymore.
And one of the reasons you don't have that time is because you're a university student. You've got a lot of things going on. You play football as well. I know that. But how hard has it been over the last few years playing and balancing your actual other commitments?
Well, like the last couple of years, I didn't really have those other commitments, so I was sort of focusing on FIFA sort of semi-full time. So as soon as the other commitments started piling on, it just becomes almost impossible to balance them all.
And that is the kind of reality of it, isn't it? If you want to be a serious FIFA player, you can't really do anything else, you know. What's that like for you day to day when you've been practicing, grinding, you know? Does it get difficult at times?
It's a little bit tedious. You're doing the same things over and over again, and if you're winning, it's great. You know, all your hard work's paying off. You're feeling good. You're winning prize money. You know, you're gaining fans and all that sort of stuff. But if you're losing, you feel very hopeless. You know, it's all you're doing with your life, and you know, it can become like a little bit of a struggle.
How would you bounce back from a disappointing loss? Or how would you lift yourself up and get yourself in the position to go again?
I don't know. I think it's important to have other hobbies, even if they do take time away from practice and stuff like that, just to sort of give yourself something else to focus on that's not FIFA.
So you're saying now you've got your other commitments, you've got your university studies and all these sorts of things. Could there be a world where you come back one day and things maybe quieten down, or you have a bit more time? Could we see a comeback?
Who knows? If EAFC is a good game, maybe I'll stop on by and play a little bit more. But I think I've done my time with FIFA. I've had 3 or 4 years competing, and I think the battery and the passion to play competitively sort of died down a little bit now. So
let's talk finally about your compatriot, still in the competition. He's doing so well, isn't he? How far can he go?
I think Mark can win it all. Mark's very good. I played with him last year as my teammate. But no, I'm really rooting for him. I hope he goes all the way, and I definitely think he can.
Mike, thank you very much. And if we don't see you again in competition, thank you for being a big part of the scene, and we wish you all the best. Right, I'm going to bring in another man who's been in the FIFA scene, I think it's fair to say, longer than anyone else here in terms of competitive players. Of course, it's Stokes. Stokes, first of all, let's talk about your tournament, because we haven't had a chance to analyse it. I'm guessing you were disappointed with group stage?
Oh, yeah, massively. I mean, I knew it was going to be a tall task, a really tough group, loads of good players, but I thought I had more to give, and that's always a frustrating thing out of a tournament when you don't give your full show, and I think that's kind of what happened, but obviously very disappointing.
What can you learn from it? I know, as we mentioned, you've been in the scene a long time, so you've learned a lot over the years, but you still find you're learning new things, especially when it comes to dealing with, you know, LAN events?
Yeah, I mean, not so much learning. I think I've learned to, like the highs and the lows, they don't affect me as they used to. I feel like I would be a lot more mentally destroyed right now in years gone by, but I've kind of learned how to balance everything a little bit better, which is obviously good. But I guess learning-wise, just little things really, mentality, mistakes, that kind of thing.
So we've heard from Mike there, someone who's obviously a little bit younger than you, hasn't had as long a career as you, and he's reached a point where other commitments have taken over, and he's taken a step back from the scene. There'll be people watching this at home, there'll be players in the room right now who are starting off in their FIFA careers and looking at someone like yourself and thinking, how can I get that sort of longevity? What is the secret to staying motivated, to staying good at a game that changes every year?
Yeah, I guess it's all just about your personal drive, what motivates you. I think if you are purely motivated for winning titles or being the best every single year, it's not really a realistic way to go. I think you've got to find other ways to push yourself, like when you see little bits of improvement within your game or that kind of thing. I think that's really important to keep yourself wanting to learn more, wanting to be better, and every year kind of you can just repeat the process.
I think what's so incredible about you, Stokes, is the length of time you've played FIFA on. It's not even just a case of the game changing a little bit. We're talking about the pre-Ultimate Team era. Yeah. You know, then we're talking about obviously winning one of the first playoffs in Amsterdam, which was you weren't necessarily a favourite to do that. You surprised some people. Yeah. Even then you were considered one of the elder statesmen, and that was 4 years ago, I think. Yeah, so, and now obviously you've made it to a World Cup again this year. This is such a different game from when you started playing. Yeah. How have you been able to adapt?
I think foundationally, FIFA will always remain similar, but obviously every single year there's a meta, there's metas that changes, there's patches, there's so many things up. But I guess the most important thing is just to always be willing to learn, always be willing to try new things, and then you can keep kind of reinventing yourself a little bit.
Well, listen, we love hearing from you. Thank you very much. We look forward to seeing you again. Stokes is another person in this scene that a lot of people can learn from, and I think that piece we watched earlier, along with these two guys' examples, can show you that there's a lot of different ways to be a FIFA pro, but one thing you need is commitment, and you need to be good at the game. He's pretty good, Mike's pretty good, everyone here is very good. The best guys are still to come. We're going to find a winner over the next day.
Yeah, we are for sure. And obviously it was great, wasn't it, to hear from Mike there and Stokes, who are, I guess, are at the end of their careers, well, especially Mike, he's leaving the game now. Just about how they cope, and maybe now, because they've been in this world for some time, they've learned a few coping mechanisms there. Obviously that VT was quite profound, and a couple of the players, Oberon, Tex and Nicholas, talking about some of the struggles they feel. And actually you saw Edgar there, a psychologist, used to be a psychologist for Team Guilds. I think he's gone his separate ways now and now as a freelancer. Aggie, I wanted to come to you though about that. Did you ever have any struggles in terms of the mental side of the games, because it is quite isolating? Alex said the average age of the players now are 20. They're traveling the world on their own.
Yeah, I had many upsides, but also downsides. I mean, it's a tough game, and if you want to be at the very top, you have to do a lot of commitments, and you have to prioritize. And there will always be things you miss out on, and there will always be social things that you can't do if you want to be the best. And that's why it matters so much to these players. And the line between failure and success is so tiny. So if you don't win it all, and there can only be one who wins it all, it's a failure for you, because you're only looking at that first place when you're competing here, and it's so tough.
But it's people then like Edgar, isn't it, the psychologists, and having a coach like Alex in your corner, and even watching someone like Mike as well on stream can give you that energy and maybe that happiness again back in the game that you need.
Yeah, and I think as well, when we're talking about Stokes there, just having a good community around you, friends, family, everyone else that can play their part, are a massive example of that as well.
Right, well, we were chatting over it. You've seen it start. Here we go. It is quarter-final time. Brandon, Richard, are you ready, guys?
We can't wait for it. Finally here at the FIFAe World Cup, and as you've already seen, it's an explosive start from the goal scorer, Manu Bashir, who scored just the 8 goals in his round of 16 game. He takes on RVP legend in our first matchup.
I actually saw the stats coming through. 34 goals for the entire tournament. He got 10 the last time out. You might have missed a couple because there were that many. Like, it was just ridiculous, to be honest. I've never seen a knockout game that dominant, it has to be said. There was no real answer back for Abu Makr. The game was done after the first leg, and he's not stopping one bit against RVP legend.
Well, we look through the FIFA archives of when these two, if ever, may have matched up. They actually matched up in the first FGS this year, and it was RVP legend that won 6 goals to 5. If you know FIFA esports, FGS 1 was a very long time ago, a long time ago, and somehow they both avoided each other in the bracket play, bearing in mind that RVP legend won one of those late FGSs.
And that's what's also so impressive. You're playing a game in December, which, through the changes of meta, through the changes of gameplay, through the changes of players as well, the promo items, to still be here. You're playing in Qualifier 1, you're playing in the last FIFA event of the season. That is so mightily impressive, it has to be said. Could be another chance here for Manu.
Well, after a sticky day in the groups for Manu Bashir, he's showing his class. Keep in mind, he was the only player to beat Anders Vergang, and there's not many of those players this year on FIFA 23 that's been able to beat him. Here's RVP legend looking for an equaliser. Pele defends that one well. Could be a second shine.
Free kick on the edge.
There's a free kick to be played. We'll leave this game for a split second because Stingray is in action against PHZ. And if you just saw what PHZ did, he knocked out Tex from a FIFAe World Cup. Stingray looking to restore some of that UK pride again.
What a game it was for PHZ. Could be an on goal, actually. Good defending from the goalkeeper, cleaning up. You probably just thought, was Tex going to find that 5th goal? Was he going to take us to extra time? I saw a tweet from him very shortly after he just got eliminated saying PHZ very well could be the favourite to go on and win this trophy and lift it up. Like he did, what, 4 days ago with the FIFA E-Nations Cup?
The long ball into the box, cleared away, and there's been another goal in Manu Bashir against RVP Legends. Which way has the goal gone, sorry? It's gone the way of Team Hullet's Dutch player. You could argue this is a rematch between a former player as well. RVP Legend used to be a Team Hullet player. Manu Bashir is scoring goals for fun. 12 goals scored today in the knockout stage. Only conceded 2.
It's been remarkable, has Manu Bashir. He really has. And he's always sort of been, not necessarily the forgotten player, at Team Holly in the Netherlands, and even in that Dutch team last week, he was that third player for a lot of time. This is now time for him to make his own name, to make his own legacy.
If you just look at his achievements as well, Richard, the last 2 years, he was top 8 in an E-World Cup. And this is the game of all games. Obrun against Anders Vergang. This is the one we'll be trying to keep an eye on throughout the whole way through. This is a bit of a grudge match, you could argue. If you're a FIFA esports fan, you remember when these two matched up in the E-Champions League on 2 different occasions. And things got a little bit fiery between these two. It was Anders Vergang that had the last laugh in extra time in Istanbul. 120th minute winner to win the matchup. 6-5 in extra time.
Yeah, there was some remarks, shall we say, being thrown out between the two of them as well. Mainly Anders towards Obrun, but he wants to silence Anders Vergang, does Obrun, and he's one of those players that's done it this season.
Here's a chance, Anders Vergang looking to find his way past the Italian. There's no step over, his keeper's panicking. He gets 2 hands on it eventually. I was speaking to the Exceeds guys behind Hollywood and Matteo, just saying, this is the match that we relish. We wanted this match. When we saw it could maybe happen in the bracket, we wanted the rematch. And he also said, when you play against a player like Anders Vergang's quality, you play like every possession is the last. You have to up your game. And I mean, look, this tournament after that last round, Richard, is so wide open right now.
Oh, it is.
So wide open.
A few of the favourites being knocked out. Emre Yilmaz, Tex. Both no longer in the tournament. It's a pretty wide open field, especially if Obrun was to knock out Anders Vergang, a man who is arguably playing the field better than anyone else at this current juncture. Is Manu Bashir. He's 3-0 up inside, what, 40 minutes?
Oh my God. Unbelievable scenes from Manu Bashir. You would not think that he's playing a match worth $75,000. Looking to go one step further than he went last year, where he fell to Nicholas in the top 8. What a player. I mean, it's been quite some time since there was a Dutch FIFAe World Cup winner. The last one was Andres Smit many years ago. Manu Bashir could maybe be that man this time round. Over we go here. Mark 11. I mean, look, he's playing the tournament of his life in the first ever FIFAe World Cup. He is flying the flag high for Australia, and more importantly, that Oceania region.
Team Footways as well. They'll be very happy with the recent pickup. What were it, announced 10 days before the E-World Cup got underway. Guaranteed 40k, guaranteed exposure at the biggest event of the year.
Back to this one for a split second. Still 0-0 here. Remember, this is the match of the round, in our opinion, the quarterfinals. 2 European juggernauts. As you said, they matched twice in an E-Champions League in 2 different stages. Obrun is on Anders Vergang's list of the only people that have actually been able to beat him. There's been another goal over here. Surely not Manu Bashir again. Rich, he's 4-0 up in one leg of FIFA, one half of FIFA.
He's playing it like it's a kick around, like a kick-off game. Never mind a game for $75,000. A semi-final tie locked up, basically after 6 minutes of FIFA.
I was about to say, that game could be done after one leg, it could be done after one half. 4-0. Incredible. Here's a chance, Anders Vergang could be breaking through, Mbappe, big chance for Anders Vergang! Was it saved or did it just go wide? It went wide.
Big opportunity for Anders. I just thought he flashed by there. Probably surprised he went green, to be honest.
The stat I wanted to say, as we said, at LAN this year, Anders Vergang has lost 3 matches of FIFA. One of those was to Manu Bashir in the E-World Cup. One was at an E-Champions League against Emre Yilmaz, who went and won that tournament. And the other one is Obrun. 3 matches. It's a player that could maybe unpick this man. It could be Obrun.
Also for Obrun as well, he's already faced adversity today. He's not had it his own way. It was a real tough round of 16 matchup.
He did well though, didn't he, Rich? He was 3-0 down.
He did, yeah. Just what I'm saying. I mean, he's had his back against the wall already against a young, fiery FIFA player in Berkey Lion.
Hello, big chance. O'Brien, keeper's off his line. Ball all round the keeper. First blood will fall O'Brien's way. Anders Vergang trails by a goal to nil.
Lot of space in behind. It was all down to O'Brien. Do you have the composure? Do you have the bottle when the keeper's on rushing? The answer, yes. Manu Bashaw, 6 minutes into the second half, finds his 5th.
What are they feeding these players at Team Mullet? 5-0. He leads. Update as well in the other matches. I know there'll be a lot of people asking about Stingray. That's 0-0 against PH in. He's Anders Vergaan looking for an equaliser. O'Brien defensively sound. He's 3 minutes away from going into a lead at half-time.
I think for Manu Bashaw, any time I spoke to him, whether in the groups, after day one at the hotel, he was disappointed. After the groups in the second day, he was disappointed. Even today, like, before that round of 16 game, he was sort of like, I've got so much more to offer. We're seeing the full package right now from Manu Bashaw. In a game and 56 minutes of FIFA, he scored 15 goals. He scored more goals in a game and a half than most people have the entire tournament.
And we know, and if he keeps going like this, Rich, we know who awaits him. O'Brien or the Anders matchup is a semi-final, as we're keeping you on track. Semi-finals and finals happening tomorrow. Quarter-finals will be our last round we are playing here on day 3 of the FIFAe World Cup, the biggest FIFA tournament in the world. $1 million prize pool. Mark looking for a second and able to find a way through there. I mean, look, Mark in a top 4. Unbelievable scenes. Again, Montaxa cannot ride this man out, Richard, because terrible group day yesterday. He knocked out Johnny, who was the most convincing attacking player in the World Cup.
And again, he left it in a real sort of tough situation against Johnny. 1-0, Mark 11 leading against Montaxa. PH Zin's already knocked out one Englishman in this E-World Cup, but he's struggling against Stingray. As Sting goes 1 goal to the gut.
And I know we've got a lot of focus on our featured matchup, O'Brien against Anders Vergaan, but we've got to talk about Stingray. He's going under the radar here for potentially...
He could go on and win this.
Go and win the whole thing. Could be the 3rd Englishman to win an E-World Cup. I'm sure we'll be getting the backing of the UK FIFA scene now. As unfortunately, Tex was knocked out to a PH in, who was unbelievable, we must add, in that matchup. Tex coming out on social media and applauding his opponent. Here is PH in. What's the back post? Is there an equaliser available? Cuts back inside instead. Still close control dribbling. Remember the remarkable FIFA he played just days ago in an E-Nations Cup. Back in the game at 1-1.
It was nice feet. It was good dribbling. I think just a slight deflection on the way through. Found its way to the back post for PH Zin.
O'Brien Anders. There has been a goal in the matchup, and it's gone the way of Anders Vergaan. Back in the tie, we said this is going to be nip and tuck, this one. 50 minutes on the clock. I mean, look at the times they've played before, Richard. You've had 6-5s, you've had 6-5s, you've had 7-5s. End-to-end FIFA guaranteed between those two.
And what we've seen from O'Brien in those games, he's one of the only players to sort of go head-to-head, really, with Anders. A lot of the time when a player matches him up, Anders just blitzes them. He will score 4 or 5 to no reply. O'Brien just seems to have the secret sauce to defeat Anders Vergaan, you would think.
Speaking of Anders, Mbappe on his own, 3 players around him, back inside, oh, Anders! It's beautiful FIFA!
And you can tell that Anders knows he's in a game. No theatrics, no celebration. Just a sip of the water, not even look round to coach Daniel. He's locked in for this game. And granted, it is a 2-legged game and it is still early, but we've seen him 10 minutes into a 2-legged match, giving it large to the audience or to the supporting cast of his opponent.
It might be the only FIFAe World Cup where we'll see Milinkovic-Savic on the top goal scorer list. A goalkeeper that's become more than a goalkeeper, much more. There's another goal over here. If you're a Footwiz fan or a Mark fan, 2 goals to nil he leads. You won't want to see that one again. Off the back of the goalkeeper goes in. Montaxa 2-0 down.
I don't think it's really been talked about enough. Mark 11 and Aussie, a nation that, in terms of FIFA esports, has sometimes been disrespected when you look back, is in the top 8 of a FIFAe World Cup, the biggest FIFAe World Cup we've ever had. And he's on his way to a top 4 finish, guaranteed.
Remarkable. Last time we saw a run like that was Marco. Long ball over the top, offside, Montaxa. Let's jump back if we can. Obron, Anders Vergang. That's the one we want to keep a close eye on. Stingray against PH is in its closing stages. 87 minutes on the clock. That's 1-1 still. For those that are wondering, Manny Bashir is still 5-0 up against RVP Legends. And as you just saw, Mark 11, 2-0 he leads against Montaxa. Here's Anders Vergang looking to end leg 1 in the best possible way. Able to do so there. Still does regain possession nicely though. When you think about it, it's scary, what? 3 wins away from lifting an E-World Cup. Anders Vergang.
All the players. I mean, Stingray in that game against PHZ, obviously for Anders, there's the chat about greatest season. Where's he going to the debate? And for me, I don't think he's in there yet, simply because it's a 1 season over a period of time. If he goes and does it again next year, then he probably goes to the top of the list. But as a singular FIFA season, he is right up there with probably Tex in FIFA 19.
Ridiculous. Full time, by the way, Stingray against PHZ. That's 1-1. Leg 1 done. Still a leg 2 to come in that one. Final 70 minutes played here. Obron trailing 2-1 against Anders Vergang.
Obron is such a tricky customer in these sort of areas, in around the box. He can spread the play out wide, he's got a cross to the back post, but he's also tricky in those areas.
Into the pause we'll go, and that gives us a good chance just to check out Manny Bashir's game if we can, to see the closing stages there. I mean, Rich, is it done? Can we say that? I know RVP Legend is ridiculous going for... Done. Completely done?
In my eyes, especially if he gets a 6th right here. Just a remarkable performance from Manu Bashir. 5-0 after the first leg. He is hitting a ceiling that even the people around him, the most die-hard Dutch FIFA esports fans, probably didn't think was there. Last year, it was this moment in the tournament he was eliminated at a top 8. He's flying through.
Just looking at the first legs he's had as well, he beat Abimaka 6-0 in the first leg.
He's 5-0
here as well. We saw what happened to Abimaka in the end, 10 goals to 2. He lost that game. For RVP Legend, it's going to be a serious talking to from...
I suppose the most interesting question is, that we probably need to ask him, where were this form in the groups? If you're beating people by 6s and 5s in one leg...
Where was it?
Granted, he was in the toughest group of the tournament, which still has 3 players remaining from Group D as well. Anders, PH Zin and Manu Bashir all going strong.
Last chance maybe. Jude Bellingham from distance. It was always asking a lot. Had a deflection, to be fair, on the way through. Obron with the corner. Keep an eye on that front post. As Milinkovic-Savic looking to cause more problems in the box. 2 hands on it from the goalkeeper. Easy pickings in the end.
It just looks so simple, doesn't it, that corner? You get the biggest man on the pitch, you stick him at the front post, and you just ask him to win the header. Yeah, there's been so many goals from set plays. That's a really big interception, because Anders, just with that player out wide there, Pele, could have been in on goal if the through ball came quick enough. You mentioned Team Exceed, and we're talking about every possession being played as it is your last. I wouldn't be surprised if he played for last attack here, Oberon, with still 7 minutes left to play.
So if he'll get the ball back, he might just, or alternatively, he might find himself 3-1 down against Anders Vergen. Last 5 minutes here. Mark 11 against Montaxa is in the 80th minute. Let's close out this one first. Slightly rushing that one. No way through. Presses there from Oberon. Can't find a winner on the ball though. Last chance of the game. Instead, Anders will hold out for it. What a moment for him to lead. 2-goal advantage at the halfway point. As we said, expect an end-to-end tie. Anders Vergen looking for a third. Finds R9. Referee plays on from a potential foul there. Alphonso Davies down the byline. Ball roll back inside. That should...
Not give the possession back.
One more attack, maybe, will be played. Ball just keeps finding the way back to an RB Leipzig shirt. Alphonso Davies still. We've played 4 minutes of added time now.
They'll give a free kick as well. The refs just don't want this game to finish.
Any high in the box. Played short. The ball just keeps going back to Anders. There you go, job done. Right, that game's done. Have a breather, halfway point, Anders Vergen leads 2-1. Let's jump over to this one. This is second leg now, PH in Stingray. Winner of this will play the winner of Mark 11 or Montaxa. Have to remember, PH when he qualified for his first E-World Cup, it didn't actually happen back in 2021. This is huge for him.
One of PH Stingray, Montaxa or Mark 11 is going to be in a final of an E-World Cup.
That is ridiculous. Dink over the top, PH in, still PH in! Oh! Where did the ball go? Off target, that's where. What on earth happened there? Press is relentless from PH in. He looks for a 2-1 lead. Musiala. Bellingham and Mbappe. The reverse Elastico was classy, but the tackle was better from Stingray.
And the press was really, really impactful there. He won the ball high up the pitch, turned over possession, and I was potentially surprised he didn't ask for the free kick on the edge of the box. The ref gave it 22, 23 yards out, I would say.
Stingray trying to find a breather at the moment. #1 ranked player in South America this season, PH Zin. He represents the #1 nation. Recent E-Nations Cup back-to-back winners. He was the man that played in both of those teams.
And he's another man that's transcended out of South America and into the global sphere, shall we say, of FIFA esports. People think of him so highly and rate him so well.
One ball forward. Stingray and Mbappe will try and find R9. It's a short-lived attack.
We saw PH in at a Conmebol Libertadores final, losing on penalties to Bechada. Imagine he wins that penalty shootout. Could be looking at an E-World Cup, an E-Nations Cup, and your domestic trophy for your region.
Well, the thing that was crazy about PH, last year he teased us saying that Europe isn't ready for him. He came to the playoffs and went 0-2 last season, if you remember rightly. And we were all a little bit like, okay, well, where is PH in? The next year, this year,
didn't have the best of runs at the FGS Masters earlier on either.
And he was actually saying, funny enough, before he played Tex early today, said they actually matched in Atlanta for the Champions Cup. He was only 16 years of age, PH in, and as you know what happened there, Tex went and won the whole tournament. A few years on, FIFA esports can be a funny place for a player that just looks like a completely different specimen at the moment, does PH in. Got his hands full here though with Stingray. Still 1-1 this is. Here's R9. There's the step overs. There's the cut back. Good defending from Stingray. The best defender, as we said, left in the competition.
Well, he's been put under immense amounts of pressure, it has to be said. PH is not allowing him any easy pass whatsoever.
Love to see the possession stats at the moment. PH has had so much of it. Big win again from Stingray. Just not sticking, he's winning the ball back, but the rebounds are falling the Brazilian way. Good tackle again. This time. Chance to break for Stingray. She's not having much time in these attacks, he's got to rush them. Good step over exit. Finds Akimi on the overlap. Big chance, Hullins has scored! And Stingray gets the run of play, leads 2 goals to 1. You may not have seen the goal, but we heard the goal. Stingray. Tell you what, against the run of play, Richards.
It was against the run of play, but he counter-attacked well. The ball went out wide, and you just see it dinked into the box there. Rude Hullet, left-footed strike.
Doesn't need much of the ball. Doesn't need much of it. Well, there was a goal also in RVP legend Manu Bashaw's match. Remember that Manu Bashaw was 5-0 up at the break. Is it getting worse for RVP legend, or has he started potentially a comeback trail, Richard?
A trail has started to be penned out, shall we say, for RVP legend. 5-1 up against Manu Bashaw.
12 minutes in that. 4 goals still needed. It's a mountain to climb. As we join it live now. 18 minutes on the clock. The goal scorer on them 12, I should say. As we look around the grounds, Mark against Montaxis back on the way there. Let's quickly check it over there to see how the Aussies getting on. Still leads by 2 goals to 0. Continues like this, semi-final spot. And you look around and go, Team Footwiz, what a season.
As it stands, semi-final against Stingray.
Montaxa. 1 against Johnny on a penalty shootout to get to this quarter-final stage. What's he got here? Potentially a goal back, cuts it back nicely. Again, good defensive play from Mark. He just came off the back of that win against Emre Yilmaz, the Champions League winner. He knocked him out to get to this stage. As Mark looks to build from this attack. We heard there was another goal. RVP legend Manu Bashaw. Which way has it gone? Is the comeback road still being built? I think we're on it. I think we're moving slowly.
They're heating up the tarmac.
25 minutes in now, RVP legend is planting seeds of doubt in Manu Bashaw's mind. Manu Bashaw desperately needs to just get this game back under his own control.
Keep doing what you were doing in the first leg.
Or just get to half-time with still a 3-goal lead.
He found himself in quite a similar position against Abu Makr. Abu Makr got a couple of goals back, and then Manu Bashaw, if he scores the next goal, you're back to just such a comfortable position. A 4-goal cushion with only 6 minutes left to play. However, RVP legend is not lying down.
He's cooking. 30 minutes on the clock. Ronaldinho, there's the step overs, defended well. There's another game that's just kicked off, the big one, the blockbuster matchup of the round. Anders Vergang against Obrun. Current score, 2-1. Anders Vergang does lead. He was 1-0 down in the first leg. Was able to pull 2 goals back. First ever World Cup for Anders Vergang in his first year that he has been allowed to fully compete in the season. Long ball over the top is Mbappe. Obrun, power shot, big block. Still the chances alive though, Mbappe looking to rebuild and recycle.
He knew he had to take it. He knew he had to take it early because he was getting caught and the bounce didn't do him any favours. I don't mind the power shot on the volley. We've seen how good bouncing power shots can be.
Omri for Anders. Went for that outside the boot finish. It was time green, but there was a little bit of goalkeeper movement. Just to weather that storm. Obra. Mbappe, there's the player lock. Does he need it? In the air, cuts it back. Oh, it's clever. Very clever FIFA from Obra.
Almost genius, you would say. The player lock into the big man in the box. And then in that situation, you think, well, what are you going to do with this? Just to header it down, cushion it into the path. First time volley from Pele. Game on.
Game on indeed. Looking for revenge is Obra after that E-Champions League knockout match-up in the final stages in Istanbul. There's been more drama. Let's quickly leave this one. Surely not. Surely not. RVP Legends has scored a third, Richard Buckley.
The tarmac's being heated up and the rollers are out. Starting to lay the foundation work for an RVP Legend comeback. 5-3 with loads of time left to play.
Let's jump back if we can to this matchup quickly. Stingray still leading 2-1 against PH into the last 20 minutes. As it stands, Stingray, he's already gone further than his run last year. He was round a 16 exit against a very difficult Tuga. This time round at the World Cup, there's been so many tears in the script. PH wants to be there as well. 2-2, game on there. Let's jump back if we can. Obron, Anders Vergang.
PH didn't see his greatness in his future. He's already done it on the biggest of stages with Brazil and wants that solo achievement.
Obron feeling so confident after that moment of magic. The player lock into Milinkovic-Savic, the touchdown and the finish from Pele was superb. One ball forward, Anders Vergang, a chance to run. Can he get around the defenders though? Mbappe goes on his own. Was always asking a lot.
Had to be perfect for Vergang. Just like that, Oberon plays the ball out. It looks to me like an L1 triangle, first time header over the top. Just every minute detail is being pulled out right now. We spoke earlier, me and Mike, on this commentary desk about having a deep bag of tricks. We're seeing every single club in the bag being used right now.
Milinkovic-Savic, the provider of that last goal, finds Alphonso Davies. Obron looking to turn it on now. He's had Anders Vergang on the right, but you don't get that often in a game of FIFA, let alone for a spell in the matchup. Updates for FUTWIZ fans that may be asking, Mark is 45 minutes away from a semi-final. He still leads 2-0 against Montaxa. Anders Vergang, big chance here. Can't find the one more pass, it's defended really well. The only other updates we've got for you is Manny Bashir still leads 5-3. That one's in the second half of play. PHC and Stingray is 2-2, 75 minutes on the clock in that game. Chance. Again, man managed well.
Probably about a second too early on that ball through. 12 minutes remaining of the first half. 15 minutes remaining in the second leg, it has to be said, between PHC and Stingray.
Mbappe with those trademark step-overs from Anders Vergang. I do not believe what I'm seeing over here.
RVP!
Oh my days! RVP Legends has just got a fourth!
You just don't see this happen.
Manny Bashir,
5-0 down!
You can't give away a 5-0 lead. You simply cannot. Jump to this one very quickly. 10 minutes left in the time, but there was a bigger storyline. Stingray, 3-2, he leads. Is he about to book a spot?
We got to stick on this. There's only 10 minutes left to play. There's loads of time in the other matches. Will Stingray be a World Cup semi-finalist?
Right, well, we've got a quick pause. We've got more news. FUTWIZ fans, Australian FIFA fans, you're going to be happy with this one. Mark 11 leads by a goal to nil. 3-0. He's on his way to a semi-final at an World Cup. Remarkable. Back to this one now. 2-2 the scoreline. Remember, winner of this will play the winner of RVP legend Manu Bashir, which is... It's got 30 minutes left in the game. Manu Bashir, wake up. Wake up, half-time. We'll leave this one for a split second. PH in Stingray. Closing moments. Stingray looking for the all-important winner.
Oh, so close.
All these matches are going to be ending within minutes of each other. We'll do our best to give you every single winning moment. PH in, looking for an equaliser. Again, defensively sound. He's been so good at that. Needs to be solid now, though, Richard. 4 minutes away. PH in, knocking on the door! 3-3, PH in, back in the game!
Stingray so annoyed with himself. He just went the wrong way. The goalkeeper movement, it was so erratic. He predicted it, and he predicted wrong.
Oh my days! We got bigger news. We got bigger news. RVP legends. Let's leave this game. Leave it. Mark is on his way.
You can hear the fans are chanting RVP, RVP.
What has happened here? RVP legends. 5-0 down. You said it was over. We all thought it was over. Manu Bashir has just given away a 5-0 lead.
He has capitulated on the biggest of stages. An RVP legend.
I mean, with every
he's living up to his name.
With every right, Richard, we forgot about that game at 5-0. Over here, let's close this one out. Extra time looks to be on the card. PH in Stingray. Or is PH in got one more attack? Ajax on their way. No, they're not. Extra time needed here.
RVP, I can't get over it.
Big goal. Big goal. Anders Vergang, Obrun. It's gone the way of Obrun. Obrun leads 3-2 over in this one. Anders Vergang is trailing. Here's the goal, Richard, that we missed.
It's a whip into the box. It's a header down. He moved the right way. He will be annoyed. He will be frustrated. How does Anders reply? He's very rarely found himself in this position.
What a ridiculous round of FIFA this is. This is the FIFAe World Cup.
The only player who's making it look easy is Mark 11. 3-0 up, walking his way to a semi-final against either PH Zin or Stingray.
Obrun. 55 minutes here. Extra time has just kicked off between PH Zin and Stingray. Pauses coming from Anders Vergang. In this game, Montax to Mark is in the 65th minute. Mark is still leading 3-0. RVP legend Manu Bashir, 5-5. 10 minutes left on the clock in that game. Sorry, just over 15 minutes left on the clock there. Richard, where do you want to go?
I kind of want to see RVP legend Manu Bashir. I feel like there's more drama in that one going into the final 17 minutes.
Well, let's dip in here for a few minutes, and then we'll have a little look at PH Zin against Stingray. That's an extra time. Final 15 minutes here. Big switch of play. RVP legend, as we said, was 5-0 down. You know what? Forget this. Let's move quickly. Let's move. PH in Stingray. Just because that game is looking fiery. PH in! Massive save to keep Stingray in the game. Extra time here. PH in. Scored a 90th minute equaliser to take us into the extra 30 minutes here. Stingray needs to take control.
We've got 20 additional minutes remaining. Stingray given the possession away once again, and it opens the door.
Pogba. Back to Dembele, a couple of ball rolls. Where's that key pass? Mbappe will twist, will turn. Oh! Oh no, I said we'd leave this game. We left it at the worst possible time. I'll take all full responsibility. Manu Bashir, 6-5 he leads.
It's incredible. Will to win and composure. You're not only on the ropes, you've been out for 3 counts of 9, and you get yourself off the mat.
Right, this one's got seconds left before we go into half-time and extra time. P8's in. It's one-way Ajax traffic at the moment. And Stingray is trying to be the traffic warden. The post has saved him. The goalie saved him. Here's another chance. P8's in. It's another big block. Right, we'll leave this. Let's move. RVP legend Manny Bashaw. RVP legend. He scored 5 already. I wouldn't put it past him to score a 6th.
8 minutes left. What's Manny Bashaw got in the locker?
Another goal would surely seal the deal. Wins a corner. An update quickly as well. Mark is 15 minutes away from a semi-final. 3-0 he still leads against Montaxa. And Anders Vergang against Obrun is in a pause. Anders Vergang is trailing in that game.
Michael Everton throughout the last 3 weeks, almost all of his games have been drama-filled. This is the cosiest result he's had in the entire tournament. 3-0 up, 10 minutes left to play.
Anders Vergang Obrun, 3-2 Obrun leads. 20 minutes left in that one. We're not going to go there yet. We're going to see this one out first. RVP legend Manny Bashaw. The winner of this plays the winner of Obrun. Here we go. Look at the space.
Into the corner flag.
Doesn't need another goal. He doesn't want to take any more risks now, Rich. Wins a corner. Any time, any second now. I feel sorry for Renzo. Renzo's been through it all. Any time to follow Manny Bashaw. It was a top 8 last year in Copenhagen. It looks to be a top 4 guaranteed this time round. I don't know where to look. We've got so many games. Any time. Concluded.
All the way back to the keeper.
This is job done. Manny Bashaw is in a semi-final. Full-time whistle to come. Manny Bashaw, congratulations. Semi-final guaranteed. Let's move where we can. P8 in Stingray. Commiserations, RVP. What a game you've just given us, my friend. What a matchup. P8 in Stingray. Extra time. Still all square at 3-3. P8 in looking for a winner.
He's given these fans something to remember as well for a long time to come.
We're going to have to do our best to try and conclude this one. And also Anders Vergang against Obrun.
It's one way for the entirety of extra time.
Oh my days, Obrun off camera has just got a 4th.
Can hear boos.
4-2. Anders Vergang could be leaving the FIFAe World Cup. Here's the goal in case you missed it. Obrun is after the ultimate revenge. Mbappe was through, ball roll inside, he backed himself. He is 9 minutes away from knocking out Anders Vergang. P8 in Stingray, let's get back to it.
Chance here for Anders coming down the other end, can't do anything clear cut at this current moment. Obrun is standing in the way. We're in injury time between P8 and Stingray.
Oh my God.
It's going to go to penalties, surely.
Here we are.
Last chance.
Last chance of the game. Penalties for a semi-final spot at the FIFAe World Cup. Up steps Ajax and P8 in first. With Paul Pogba the worst run-up in the game. Which way will he go? From the spot, does score 1 from 1. Stingray, you are up next.
It's tapped over the keeper.
Scores. Perfect pen so far. Mbappe from the spot, saved. Big chance for Stingray to take the lead from the spot. Will it be 2 from Stingray? Saved!
1-1, 2 penalties apiece. P8 in to get in front, slots it down the middle.
We have to stay with this one, but as it stands, Anders Vergang has just been eliminated. 3 penalties in. Obrun has just beat Anders Vergang. That's the headline news. Back to the penalties. De Bruyne for P8 in does score.
Stingray to level it up at 3 apiece. Henry from the spot does score, and we are in what can be called sudden death.
Ousmane Dembele for P8 in scores. Stingray, it's all on you. You need to score. A save from P8 in sends him through. Up steps Stingray. We continue.
P8 in. Virgil van Dijk Which way are you going to go? Which player holds their bottle, slams it in the top left corner, and now Stingray with his own Van Dijk to keep himself in the E-World Cup. Saved!
PA's in! You are a semi-finalist in a FIFA E-World Cup. What a round of FIFA between two absolute FIFA juggernauts. Stingray, PH in, that one will be remembered for some time. PH in, he's on for back-to-back trophies, he wants to be world champion.
What an insane, truly insane round of fixtures.
Oh my, we got with
Mark 11 through 3-0 win. He is an E-World Cup semi-finalist. PH Zin does it from the spot, backs himself, stays down the middle, and he will face Mark 11 in a semi-final. RVP legend eliminated by Manu Bashir and Oberon.
We have to, I know there's not a cameraman over there yet, but if we can get one down there. Oberon has just knocked out Anders Vergang. Anders Vergang out of the tournament. 4 players left. Manu Bashir is through. He'll take on Oberon in a semi-final. PH in against Mark 11. Those are your final 4. I mean, don't get me wrong. We've had upsets. We've had movements, but we didn't expect it all to end like this. We're going to take a breather for now. Let's head down to Spencer with the latest.
Thank you, guys. I'm with a very happy Mark 11, who's probably had, well, definitely had the most comfortable of the quarterfinals there, winning 3-0 over Montaxa. Every other game, I mean, you saw it, it was dramatic. This game was fairly simple for you, Mark.
I'm not going to lie, I've played Montaxa, I'll say 30 times. I don't think I won a single time, but I guess confidence always means different. I played so good, I can't believe it.
You're through to the semi-final, $75,000 minimum. You're going to be playing for 150. You're going up against PH Zin, who's knocked out 2 Brits back-to-back in Tex and Stingray. Now he's coming for an Aussie.
He's probably the most informed player in the world right now, so no pressure on me, it's all on him, really.
You've got to feel pretty full of belief that you could win this whole thing right now.
Yeah, after the Emre game, my confidence was through the roof, to be honest. Like, I knew I could beat anyone after that, and I showed it here again with a clean sheet, which was hard to do in this game.
Well, good luck to you. We'll see you in the semi-final tomorrow. What a performance he's having. We're going to keep doing a tour here. I want to talk to everyone, including some of the people that have left the tournament. Let's start with Montaxa, if he doesn't mind a quick chat. Montaxa, sorry to see you leave the tournament, my friend. What are you feeling?
I'm feeling bad because I felt like this was the game I played my best level, and I lost. So too many chances wasted. But GG to Mark 11. That is amazing, and that's it.
Listen, an incredible run. I know you're feeling sad right now, but hopefully you can be proud. I'm sure the people in Genoa and Italy will be very proud of what you've done. We'll see you again next year, hopefully.
Yeah. Let's hope to be here next year.
All the best, my friend. Commiserations. We're going to keep going through. We're going to talk to PH Zin, if we can, who is on an absolutely crazy run. PH Zin, have you calmed down yet? You've just won on penalties, my friend. How do you feel?
Oh, it's impossible to describe how I feel now. But yeah, it's amazing. One more, and tomorrow is the day. It's my big dream. Win this tournament, and yeah, I'm ready. And yeah.
You're in back-to-back final days. You got to the final day, obviously, and you won the E-Nations a few days ago. You've got a chance to win the E-World Cup tomorrow. If you do it, are you up there with one of the best FIFA players of all time?
Yeah, I think so, but I have semi-final now, and the time to a little bit celebrate this victory. It's so important, this victory against Stingray. He's played so good, and yeah, tomorrow is the day, and yeah, come on.
What do you know about Mark 11, the Australian? He's who you're playing tomorrow in the semi-final.
Yeah, Mark 11 is a very good player too, but I'm very confident for tomorrow. I know I can this, and yeah, let's go.
Congratulations, my friend. You can hear in his voice he's out of breath from celebrating. What are the scenes going to be like if he wins the semi-final, let alone the final? I mean, we saw unbelievable celebrations from him a few days ago when he won E-Nations with his Brazilian countrymen. Right, who else can we talk to here? You know what? I want to talk to RVP legend. He's got a big smile on his face, and he should do. He's been eliminated, but he gave us one of the comebacks I've ever seen. Sorry to interrupt, guys. Quick interview. RVP legend. You got a big smile on your face. You almost did it. It would have been one of the best comebacks in FIFA history.
Yeah, I know. I almost did it, but I'm still proud of what we did as a team or what I did as well. I'm happy that I won the crowd because that was important for me. And yeah, on to next year now. I'm happy with what I did. European champion, now top 8 at the World Cup. I think I could have been more. I could have won it as well, but sometimes it just doesn't go your way.
Why do you think the crowd were on your side? Is it because of the way you play? You talked about it with the creativity and the attacking intent that you show.
It was because I also celebrate sometimes, and also because Manu Bachore eliminated Abu Maka, so they wanted revenge. And unfortunately, I couldn't give it to them, but I was so close, and I hope they are proud.
How did you lift yourself up after losing 5-0 in the first leg? I know you took some time. What did you say to yourself? Because the comeback was sensational.
I knew that when he hosted, he had the connection advantage, and then second leg, if I'm hosting, I have the connection advantage. So I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go for it. And then I was like, after 5-0 first leg, you think it's done, and I was like, I'm just gonna play. I'm now last game on the stage, just want to give the people some show, and I did it.
You certainly did that. We look forward to seeing you again, my friend. Well done. RVP legend is a legend. Right. The man who defeated him, though, made hard work of it. Let's talk to him. Manu. We're going to have a chat here. 5-0 up. Half-time in that leg, you scored 15 goals across the last 2 games. We were all basically feeling like the trophy was yours already. You were playing so well. What happened in that second leg?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I thought, when I was 5-0 up, I was like, let's keep it 5. Then in the second leg, I won't concede more than 2 at least in the first half. Then he has to put pressure, so let's play a bit passive. But then it was already 5-3 and minute 55-4, and I already saw it coming. It's one of those where you don't create anything yourself, and he's flying. You can see it coming. And after 5-5, I turned around to Renzo. I said, I can't do it anymore. I think we're gone. And yeah, thankfully I scored in minute 80. I think the winner, and after I didn't allow any chances, unlike yesterday or day before, where I gave up a lot of leads in the last minutes. This time it went well, thankfully, and yeah, I don't know. I'm just happy to be in the semi-final, and I don't care anymore about how the game went.
I mean, it takes a lot of character once you go to 5-all to actually go and get that winner, because everyone else would feel like it's RVP Legends' game at that point because you've taken that hit. So fair play to you. I'll be honest, I was dreading coming down here and interviewing you, if you lost that game, because I was just going to think, what sort of mood was he going to be in? But you turned it round, you got the win, you're going up against Oberon. Has he done you a favour by knocking out Anders? You haven't got to play the Danish wonder kid.
First of all, I forgot to mention GG's to Rasvan, incredible player, and unfortunately one of us had to go out. Oberon or Anders, yeah, I think Oberon has beaten Anders a few times over this year, so I don't think the difference between them is that big. Obviously, I think Anders was the favorite before the knockout started because of his crazy group run. But yeah, tomorrow against Oberon, just like in the E-Nations, Netherlands, Italy. So
chance for another chance to get to a final. You're looking at the last 4 people left: yourself, Oberon, PH Lin, Mark 11. You scored a lot of goals. Do you think you can win it all?
Of course, I think I can win it all, but I'm just focused on the semi-final now. If I win that, we can start thinking about the final. But I'm just so happy now to be in the semi-final, because last year it was a heartbreak in the quarter-final against Nicolas in extra time. I got eliminated while being up the whole game, and till this day it still sticks with me that maybe I should have done something different. And now in the next year immediately to be in at least the top 4 and potentially win it feels crazy.
Well, listen, get some rest. You've earned it, and we'll see you tomorrow in the semi-final, or maybe the final. We're going to see if we can get some more interviews. I'm hoping to speak to Oberon, who pulled off what we thought was undoable in knocking out Anders Vergang. And he's the man that's going to be playing Manu Bashir in the next game. Oberon, I've got to talk to you, my friend. First of all, thank you for waiting for us after your game with Anders. You beat him. Did you believe you could beat him? You must have.
Yeah, of course, because I know maybe he suffered my gameplay a little bit. I want to see, of course, GG's to Anders, because for me he's still the best player in the world. And but job is not over. job is not over.
Now, you've got a lot of work to do still. Semi-final tomorrow against Manu Bashir. I don't know if you've been keeping up to date. He scored 10 goals in his quarter-final. He was 5-0 up against RVP legend for it to get back to 5-all, and then he came through 6-5. So scoring a lot of goals, is there something that you can do there? Is there a weakness you can exploit?
We practice a lot, me and Manu. I think he's one of the best because he's so strong in attack, and he has also a good mentality because he's too young, but he has a good mentality. But we are here, semi-final. I don't know how to say. Tomorrow you will see.
Anything can happen. Listen, you've beaten Anders. You've come this far. There's no reason you can't win the whole thing. Now you have got to this stage. Is that what you expect? Is that what you're going to be unhappy with anything less than lifting the trophy?
Of course. I don't want another top 4. I want to go forward and nothing. That's all.
Get some rest. Well done. Fantastic work today. Spoken to 4 guys there who are in the semi-finals. All of them could win. They're all capable of it. All of them want to win. All of them believe they can win. But only one is going to win it and get $300,000 in the process, Rachel.
So, and you got me a little bit nervous and excited for tomorrow all at the same time there. And Oberon, he did what most of the audience and possibly some of us on the couch here thought was impossible. He knocked out Anders Vergang and he scored possibly one of the best goals we have ever seen, Mike Lavelle.
I would go as far as the best goal of the competition. All of us, our jaws dropped. I didn't even know it was possible to score the double player lock, just knock down. Look, oh, perfect. I'm glad that we have this on cue. All right, so you see this player lock. You're going to see it again with the knock. It's just so much happening there. I'm so impressed. You have to see the game so far ahead. I think it's credit to Oprah being able to take it there. I didn't even know that he had that level. Another knockdown goal here, 49th minute. We talk about him being a player that has the mentality, has the capability, has the belief, but to go against Anders and to score these goals, to shut him down or shut him out in the second leg, I'm beyond impressed, and I would even go as far as saying he's the favorite out of the remaining 4 competitors.
He also, guys, had the team support in terms of Italy there. Danny Pitbull jumped out of his seat when all the fans were going against Oberon there and just went up and said to the fans, like, you watch my boy, and they had to do just that, didn't they?
That's a friend you want. I want a friend like Danny Pitbull. He barked. He got right out of that seat. He was ready to throw chairs.
Very Pitbull-esque there. We love Danny Pitbull. We love you, Danny. A word, though, on Anders. We have to talk about him. Everyone thought he was the favourite. Came unstuck there, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, Oberon is one of the very few guys who caused him a lot of troubles this season, and Oberon said it that it gave him belief because he beat him before, and he managed to change something up, and he made that world-class goal. And Anders will right now be disappointed because he always goes for the goal, but he earned so much respect, and in his first season here, he done so much. I mean, I think it's safely to say that he'll definitely be here again and will have multiple chances of becoming that 1v1 world champion.
Yeah, what a first season for Anders Vergang there. A world champion and now a quarter-finalist. Alex, I'm going to ask you about a couple more here. We already heard from Manu Bashir and Oberon about that one. PH Zin and Mark. Mark, best ever result for an Australian, pretty much.
It is, as it's looking at the minute, but the job's not done yet for Mark. I think he said in that interview, look, he just beat Emre Yilmaz. He's feeling on top of the world right now. A fantastic performance against Montaxa as well. And I genuinely think, Mark, yes, he's going to back himself. If he can take down PH Zin, just the confidence of saying, we took out Emre Yilmaz and PH Zin, why can't I just go all the way and beat the final? It doesn't matter if it's Manu or Oberon.
And just a word on PH Zin as well. I mean, if he was to achieve another title, we would have to talk about him as the GOAT.
I definitely think you have to talk about him having the greatest individual season we've ever seen from a competitor. I think we need to give a shout out to PH Zin and Stingray as well. They put on a classic of a matchup. That, if you like FIFA, and you do, because you're here, you're watching, you're tuning in, watch that game back on repeat. It has everything you could ask for.
I think one thing to say as well to every single competitor that was here today, a massive GG to everyone. Today has probably been one of the best days in FIFA esports history. There was goals, there was comebacks, nearly comebacks, just everyone delivered, everyone turned up. Fantastic day.
Just to build on that, we get so many cagey, low-scoring affairs.
Yeah, definitely.
They all had maybe a pep talk before they got started saying, we're going to go for it. I've never seen such offensive FIFA. I mean, it's been a few years, maybe FIFA 19 because the game catered towards that, but other than that year, this is pretty much an anomaly, especially in considering elimination games at a World Cup. Never happens.
Manu scored 16 goals there in 2 rounds of FIFA.
Like in 2 halves.
That was pretty exciting as well. Right, final thoughts, guys. Who's winning tomorrow?
PH Sin.
I think PH Sin's going to join. I'm board with that. I think he'll get the job done against Mark B in the finals.
My heart says Mark 11. My brain, it's Oberon's year.
Ooh, divided in the camp here. Some are going for Oberon and some are going for PH Zin. Well, then there were 4. Our semi-finalists here at the FIFAe World Cup have been confirmed. One of them will take home $300,000 tomorrow, and we know you'll come back to watch it. Until then, good night.